Chapter 2168. G. Dugufenshin's hand seal condensed as a blazing aura surged out. Raging flames surged and turned into a flaming bird. Its aura was destructive and frightening. It flapped its wings and created spatial ripples as it pressed down from all directions. The blazing destructive aura was even more terrifying. Two terrifying attacks struck the yellow-clothed old man's body in a terrifying and shocking visual impact. Chi. The two terrifying attacks swept out and the space shattered as an aura that could destroy everything filled the air. Boundless fiendish aura and blazing lava intertwined as they crazily destroyed everything. However, everything was out of their expectations. The yellow-clothed old man appeared from the most berserk and destructive energy. He was calm and indifferent with a smile on his face. However, his eyes had sunk. "Two juniors, you overestimate yourselves. You're too weak. You're courting death." The yellow-clothed old man spoke. When his voice sounded, his figure had already appeared in front of Dugufenshin like a ghost. A fingerprint flew out and turned into a resplendent light. Wherever it passed, it pierced through the blazing lava. Dugufenshin's face was filled with shock. He was simply unable to dodge it. The surrounding space froze as surging profound chi whistled out of his body without restraint. After that, it turned into surging lava and crazily condensed into a lava shield in an attempt to block the terrifying fingerprint. However, no matter how Dugufenshin activated it, the yellow-clothed old man's fingerprint was unstoppable. As the light burst forth, it carried a calm yet extremely terrifying energy. With an astonishing speed, it disintegrated Dugufenshin's lava shield, destroyed it and then annihilated it. Chi in the end, as Dugufenshin tried his best to dodge, the fingerprint flew into Dugufenshin's shoulder. It pierced through the ancient fiery armor and came out from the back of his shoulder. Puchi, a large mouthful of blood spurted out from Dugufenshin's mouth. His body fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings. The surging lava in the air suddenly converged and turned into talisman runes that dissipated in the air. Rumble, Yi Lui Han followed closely behind. His sea of baleful chi combined with the strength of a nirvana paragon. Baleful chi gushed forth in a torrential torrent, as baleful chi gushed forth. When he sensed the incoming Yeluhan, the yellow-clothed old man's face remained extremely calm from beginning to end, as if he did not care at all. However, a fierce glint flitted across his eyes as he threw out a palm strike with the back of his hand. "You're overestimating yourself. You're still too weak." Following the yellow-clothed old man's words, the palm print suddenly reached out and slammed into the sea of baleful aura. The seemingly tranquil palm suddenly erupted with a terrifying energy. Resplendent talisman runes shot out like bolts of lightning. With a speed visible to the naked eye, it shattered Yeluhan's surging infernal energy sea and meridian soul. Then, the palm smashed into Yeluhan's chest. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Yeluhan's face instantly turned deathly pale as he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He heavily landed on the ground, not far from where Dugufenshin had fallen. The ground rumbled as Dugufenshin and Yeluhan smashed into the ground, causing the earth to shake. The yellow-clothed old man landed on the ground. His eyes were cold as he looked at Yeluhan and Dugufenshin, who were struggling to get up from the ground. He said indifferently, "Since you refuse a toast, you must drink a forfeit. If you don't obediently hand it over, I'll take it myself." As his cold voice rang out, a cold light flashed in the yellow-clothed old man's eyes. A yellow light flashed under his feet and his figure left an afterimage. In a flash, he appeared in front of Dugufenshin and Yeluhan, who had just struggled to get up. With a clench of his hand, a huge claw mark twisted the void and swept towards Dugufenshin and Yeluhan. The claw mark twisted the void. The invisible Saint Realm energy sealed the space and suppressed Dugufenshin and Yeluhan, making it difficult for them to move. The sharp blade-like crack on the fingertip rapidly enlarged in their eyes, bringing with it the aura of death. At this moment, although Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin were Nirvana sovereigns, the peak existences of the younger generation, they couldn't be compared to a true Saint Realm expert. Moreover, in the past 3 months, the recovery of the world's energy had allowed the original Saint Realm cultivators to advance to the next level. Suddenly, in a split second, when Dugu Fenshin and Yelu Han felt despair and sensed the aura of death, when the sharp claw mark was already in front of them, a strange sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the distorted void. Swish, the sound of breaking wind resounded as a dazzling purple flame pierced through the void. In an instant, it ruthlessly collided with the yellow-clothed old man's claw mark. When it collided with the claw, purple flames erupted. It was as if a living purple flame demonic phoenix was flapping its wings. The blazing and destructive aura was many times stronger than the flames on Dugu Fenshin's body. In an instant, it directly blocked the claw, burned it, disintegrated it, and was annihilated. The temperature in the void erupted and white smoke billowed in the surrounding void. Deng deng! The sudden change caused the yellow-clothed old man's expression to change greatly. He involuntarily took a few steps back and raised his eyes to look in front of him. At the same time, a majestic and muscular figure appeared in front of Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin. His face was full of curly beard and his eyes were calm, but there was a hint of sharpness. This sudden change caused Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin, who were already in despair, to be stunned and shocked. Dugu Fenshin and Yelu Han were stunned because the aura of that person was extremely familiar. It reminded them of a person. That person was someone they would never forget for the rest of their lives. But that guy was already dead. Looking at the back in front of them, Dugu Fenshin and Yelu Han looked at each other. They didn't seem to be familiar with that person. Dugu Fenshin and Yelu Han didn't expect that someone would come to their rescue at this critical moment. Take it and heal your injuries. Leave the rest to me. The curly-bearded man who suddenly appeared glanced at the yellow-clothed old man indifferently. Then, he turned around and handed over several different domain-grade spiritual pills to Dugu Fenshin and Yelu Han. Looking at the curly-bearded face in front of them, Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin looked at each other in a daze. It seemed like they wanted to find something, but they couldn't find anything. Take it, Du Xiaofu said. He also felt a little strange. It was a small world. He didn't expect that he would be able to discover that this place wasn't normal with the bloodline soul of the red-bone horse monkey. Adding on Ho Lei Zi's reminder, he knew that this place was sealed by a Saint Realm expert and the aura was quite familiar. Therefore, Du Xiaofu directly broke the seal and came to their rescue at the critical moment. A seal placed by a Saint Realm expert and with the bloodline soul of the red-bone horse monkey, it wasn't a problem for Du Xiaofu to break it. What surprised Du Xiaofu was that the familiar aura belonged to Dugu Fenshin and Yelu Han. Hearing this, Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin looked at the curly-bearded man in front of them with an astonished expression. They seemed to have thought of something in an instant. Then, their eyes changed and they stared at Du Xiaofu as if they had seen a ghost. Their expressions were emotional and complicated as they said in unison, "It's you." Others might not be able to recognize Du Xiaofu, but how could Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin not recognize him? Back then, Du Xiaofu had used that strange disguise technique to trick them. Now that they thought about it, it was still vivid in their mind. As for seeing Du Xiaofu being killed by the demon god, Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin felt that it was inconceivable. After all, they had seen it with their own eyes and it was done by the demon god. However, when they thought about the unbelievable legend that guy had left behind and saw the figure in front of them again, Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin absolutely believed it. After all, they really couldn't think of anyone else who could resist the power of a saint stage cultivator and save them other than that guy. Yes, it's me. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He wasn't surprised that Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin could recognize him. These two guys were very clever. How did you? Dugu Fenshin seemed to want to ask something. There were many doubts in his heart. Heal your injuries first. We'll talk later. Du Xiaofu interrupted Dugu Fenshin. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin didn't hesitate. They took the healing elixirs from Du Xiaofu's hand and directly stuffed them into their mouth. Kid, who are you? The yellow-clothed old man had been looking at Du Xiaofu in astonishment since he had suddenly appeared. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. His intuition told him that this person was only a junior. In fact, he hadn't even reached the sage realm. However, Yi Futian had been able to silently appear within his seal. Yi Futian hadn't even torn his seal apart and blocked his attack. Yi Futian's strength didn't seem to be proportional to his cultivation. This old guy is a saint beast. Be careful. Yelu Han warned Du Xiaofu after hearing the yellow-clothed old man's words. But as soon as his voice fell, the corners of his mouth rose into a bitter smile. The demon king in front of him didn't die even when the demon emperor attacked. The yellow-clothed old man in front of him probably couldn't do anything to him. I know that this old guy isn't weak, but I'll help you teach him a lesson. Du Xiaofu smiled at Yelu Han, then turned around and looked at the yellow-clothed old man. His expression instantly became gloomy, as if he was a completely different person from before. You'll know who I am in a moment, but since you dared to attack my brother, I'm afraid you'll have to pay the price today. How could Du Xiaofu forget this yellow-clothed old man? When he was about to seize the Daluo sword formation in front of the eternal tomb, it was this yellow-clothed old man who had hidden himself and suddenly attacked, causing the Daluo sword formation to escape. It could be said that the enmity between him and the yellow-clothed old man had been formed in front of the eternal tomb. Chapter 2169. Now that they had met again, how could Du Xiaofu let this old man go? He would take revenge if he had a grudge. The former was at the Saint Beast realm, so he could test himself. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the corners of the yellow-clothed old man's eyes couldn't help but twitch. His expression gradually became gloomy and cold as he said, "Brat, you're talking big. You're the one who barged in, so you can only blame yourself for courting death." Du Xiaofu ignored the yellow-clothed old man's words. He looked straight at the latter, then slowly walked over with a calm expression. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes began to emit a fierce and domineering aura. Seeing Du Xiaofu's actions, the yellow-clothed old man's eyes became more and more gloomy. Under the invisible aura, he knew that although the bearded man in front of him didn't have the aura of the Saint Realm, his aura secretly gave him a sense of oppression. It was as if he was facing an invisible giant. The other party was able to enter his seal without anyone noticing. This already proved that he was not an ordinary person. If you want to court death, then this old man will fulfill your wish today. However, being looked down upon by a young man who didn't seem to have reached the Saint Realm and was clearly a realm lower than him, the yellow-clothed old man couldn't help but laugh in anger. He suppressed the invisible oppression in his heart, and a surge of profound energy accompanied by a beast's aura surged out from his body. A yellow profound energy accompanied by mysterious runes caused small pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the void. He slightly clenched his withered hand, and the yellow profound energy at his fingertips was like yellow lightning that shuttled back and forth. It was incomparably sharp and pierced through the void. Swish, in an instant, facing Du Xiaofu who was walking over leisurely, the yellow-clothed old man directly attacked with his claw. The void was directly torn apart, and the sharp sound of wind breaking resounded, causing people's hearts to palpitate. This claw was as fast as lightning, and it tore through the void. Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin, who had already retreated, couldn't help but inwardly gasp for Du Xiaofu. Although they knew Du Xiaofu's strength, and even in the eternal tomb, Du Xiaofu's body had a terrifying external force that allowed him to fight several Saint Realm experts, they still couldn't help but be on edge. Swish, the claw tore through the void. The Saint Realm's move was even faster than lightning, and it instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. With the claw. However, just as the claw print was about to reach him, Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched slightly. His feet moved like a deity, changing unpredictably. His body moved in a strange arc, drawing an unbelievable arc in the void. Swish, the terrifying claw in front of them was the pitch-black spatial crack that brushed past Du Xiaofu's neck. The sharp wind shattered the small spatial crack, causing a small blood mark to appear on Du Xiaofu's neck, and a few strands of hair were cut off. The speed of a Saint Realm expert is indeed not slow. Du Xiaofu avoided the yellow-clothed old man's claw. His eyes twitched slightly, and the small blood mark on his neck began to hurt. Under the effect of the indestructible Xian body, it healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In his heart, Du Xiaofu was secretly vigilant. Du Xiaofu had intentionally used this attack to test himself. After all, the spatial power of a Sage Realm cultivator wasn't something that a Domain Realm cultivator could compare with. Therefore, he had almost lost his life in that attack. Fortunately, the wave-treading free steps and the innate speed of the golden-winged rock clan had allowed him to barely escape. Du Xiaofu estimated that if he had used the golden-winged Great Ping Clan's supreme beast energy, he would have been able to escape unscathed. At this moment, the yellow-clothed old man, who had missed his attack, was startled. He had never thought that the young man in front of him would be testing his speed. "You're courting death." But it was only for a moment before the yellow-clothed old man came to his senses. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and his claw moved like a sharp blade in the void. It suddenly turned around and grabbed the back of Du Xiaofu's head, releasing the power of a Saint Realm expert to control the surrounding void. Swish, but Du Xiaofu was already prepared. His figure had disappeared in the void in an instant, breaking free from the yellow-clothed old man's control. When the claw crushed the void, his figure had just disappeared. At this moment, the yellow-clothed old man's face had become completely unsightly. A cold light gushed out of his eyes, and a yellow light filled the sky. He withdrew his claw into a palm, turned around, and stepped forward with a surging force. Where he pointed, Du Xiaofu's figure was emerging from the void. Du Xiaofu, who had a faint smile on his face, looked at the yellow-clothed old man's angry attack. The corner of his mouth also sank. He clenched his fist tightly and then suddenly raised his arm to attack. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, it heavily collided with the yellow-clothed old man's palm. Fist and palm collided. Du Xiaofu's fist seemed calm, but the moment it collided with the yellow-clothed old man's palm, an incomparably sharp golden light surged out from his fist with an incomparably domineering momentum. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura suddenly became incomparably domineering, looking down on all living things. Ao! Ao! Faintly accompanied by a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's cry, the golden fist heavily collided with the yellow-clothed old man's palm. The muffled sound caused the void to rumble, and lightning flashed in the sky. The fist and palm separated as soon as they collided, and the void collapsed. Terrifying rune energy rippled out like a tsunami, and an invisible domineering aura spread out in all directions. This aura caused the eyes of Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin, who already knew what was going on, to fiercely tremble. This domineering aura was too familiar to them, and from the looks of it, this demon king in front of them had improved a lot during this period of time. Deng deng! In an instant, the yellow-clothed old man and Du Xiaofu both retreated 3 steps at the same time. Ka! The ground beneath their feet cracked, and the rocks turned into dust as cracks spread out. When the yellow-clothed old man stabilized his body, his face was filled with shock. He stared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Boy, you hid your Saint Realm cultivation?" The yellow-clothed old man was too shocked. Just now they had fought head-on, but the other party was actually on par with him. His palm was secretly in pain, and the Xian qi in his body was surging. He was almost directly suppressed by the former. With such strength, how could the boy in front of him not be a Saint Realm cultivator? If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation had improved a lot due to the recovery of the world's energy, he was afraid that he would have suffered a loss just now. At this moment, seeing that Du Xiaofu and the yellow-clothed old man were evenly matched, Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin were dumbfounded. They could feel that Du Xiaofu didn't use any external force, and his own strength was already enough to fight the yellow-clothed old man head-on. This kind of progress was too shocking. Has this guy really broken through to the Saint Realm? Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin couldn't help but wonder if Du Xiaofu's cultivation had already broken through to the Saint Realm. If he could fight against a Saint Realm expert without breaking through to the Saint Realm, then it was too terrifying. Du Xiaofu stabilized his body and looked at the yellow-clothed old man in front of him. He was secretly shocked. A Saint Beast Realm cultivator was indeed extraordinary. He smiled faintly and said with contempt, "Is this all you've got for a Saint Realm cultivator? Boy, haven't we met before? Who are you? Why are you hiding your strength?" The yellow-clothed old man stared at Du Xiaofu. He felt that the former must be hiding his strength. Even the former's attack just now gave him a feeling of déjà vu, as if he had seen it somewhere before. "You're really noisy. If you want to fight, then fight. Anyway, you can't run away today." Du Xiaofu looked at the yellow-clothed old man and slightly raised his eyes. He didn't intend to let go of the old man's grudge. Golden light flickered on the soles of his feet, and then his figure suddenly disappeared mysteriously. Looking at Du Xiaofu's sudden disappearance, the yellow-clothed old man's pupils shrank. An angry smile appeared on his wretched face, and his figure instantly retreated. While the yellow-clothed old man's figure was rapidly retreating, Du Xiaofu's ghostly figure appeared in front of him again. Golden light filled the sky, and the incomparably domineering claw print was extremely tricky and sharp as it enveloped the yellow-clothed old man. In front of the claw print, dazzling mysterious runes wreaked havoc like golden lightning. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the 9 heavens. This was the rock's chaos-shattering claw. A domineering and terrifying aura erupted, as if a real golden-winged rock had descended. It made the beast soul in the yellow-clothed old man's mind tremble involuntarily. The yellow-clothed old man's expression changed again, but instinctively, he condensed a fist print in front of him. A fist print blasted out, and a greenish-yellow fox beast shadow appeared brightly. The void around the fox beast shadow was filled with pitch-black cracks. Accompanied by the roar of the Saint State's power, the surging power was like a spark that set the prairie ablaze. It swept out in all directions and blocked Du Xiaofu's rock's chaos-shattering claw. Chi, the two collided and then collapsed at the same time. As the void collapsed, the yellow-clothed old man's expression changed. "The golden-winged rock beast ability, boy, who are you?" After several consecutive failures, coupled with the golden-winged rock supreme beast ability and that familiar aura, the yellow-clothed old man's face was also filled with true shock. The emperor of the desolate country, the young clan leader of the golden-winged rock clan, Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu stabilized his body and looked at the yellow-clothed old man. His calm voice revealed his identity. There was no need to hide it anymore. If he didn't want to expose himself, he wouldn't be able to do anything to this old man. As his voice faded, the strange aura on Du Xiaofu's body fluctuated. Under the complicated gazes of Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin, Du Xiaofu returned to his original appearance. His curly bearded face became resolute and determined, and his eyes sparkled with golden light. The faint voice landed in the yellow-clothed old man's ears, and he couldn't help but tremble. When he looked at Du Xiaofu, who had returned to his original appearance, the yellow-clothed old man's wretched face was so shocked that it twisted together. His voice also became somewhat hoarse, and he was flabbergasted as he said, "Boy, aren't you dead?" Chapter 2170. How could the yellow-robed old man forget Du Xiaofu's true appearance? Back then, the Demon King had been so terrifying in the Eternal Tomb. He had seen it with his own eyes. But now, the Demon King had actually come back from the dead and appeared in front of him. How could he not be surprised? I don't want to die, so I won't die. Du Xiaofu looked at the yellow-robed old man and said, "It's time for us to settle the score." The yellow-robed old man's face twitched. He naturally knew that the Demon King in front of him was talking about the time outside the Eternal Tomb. They had once fought over the treasured sword, but in the end, he did not succeed. Du Xiaofu, treasures belong to those who are fated to get it. You didn't get it, so it's not your fault. It has nothing to do with me. Those two people are related to you, so I'll give you face and not touch them. How about we stop here?" The yellow-robed old man said. He was a little afraid. Not to mention the previous few moves, the former had already shocked him repeatedly. Moreover, he had seen it with his own eyes. Back then, there was a terrifying demon spirit expert in this boy's body. With that external force, he was afraid that he could not afford to provoke him. Even if that demon spirit expert was not here at the moment, the yellow-robed old man could not help but be a little afraid of the golden-winged great rocks. Jalobatian alone was enough to make him avoid him. Not long ago, there was an ancient expert from the golden-winged great rocks. This boy was the young master of the golden-winged great rocks. He did not want to provoke the golden-winged great rocks, nor could he afford to. However, Du Xiaofu did not share the same thoughts as the yellow-clothed old man. He looked at the latter and smiled faintly. He was incomparably overbearing and sharp as he said, "You touched two of my brothers and snatched my treasures. Do you think that you can forget about this debt just because you say so? Boy, you..." The yellow-robed old man's face was ugly. He had already expressed his goodwill, but he did not expect that the other party would take an inch and want a mile. He did not take him seriously at all. He, the old monster Green Fox, was a Saint Realm cultivator, one of the most powerful beings in the world. How could he be looked down upon like this? One could imagine how he felt. Brat, don't flaunt your prowess just because you have someone else's power. Using external power won't do you any good. The old monster Green Fox's face was gloomy. He had to be afraid of the demon spirit expert called Huolei. To deal with you, why would I need to rely on the strength of others? Du Xiaofu said indifferently. He knew what the yellow-robed old man was thinking. He was probably testing whether or not Du Xiaofu had the fire thunder seed on him. The old monster Green Fox's face twitched. He was secretly pondering. When the boy was attacked by the demon god, the mysterious fire thunder seed did not follow him. At this moment, the fire thunder seed might not be in the boy's body. However, the reason why the old monster Green Fox could reach where he was today, step into the Saint Realm, and even survive the catastrophe back then, was that he was careful, never took risks, and never provoked strong enemies. Therefore, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe did not intend to take the risk. Today, a young man suddenly appeared, and he could no longer touch the two juniors. Old thing, let's continue. Looking at the flickering eyes of the yellow-robed old man in front of him, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light. The golden rock wings swept out in an instant with an unparalleled, overbearing momentum. The golden rock wings flapped fiercely, and Du Xiaofu moved like a deity with the wave-treading freedom steps. Du Xiaofu dashed out of the terrible energy storm with a rumbling sound. Boom! In a flash, Du Xiaofu appeared in front of the old monster of the Green Fox tribe in a straight line. He clenched his fist, and a strange and violent energy fluctuation had already rippled out. The energy, which seemed to have materialized, wrapped around his palm. In an instant, it changed into 4 colors, overlapped, and finally took shape. Ow! Squeak! In an instant, the formed palm print shone brilliantly, and a strong pressure spread out from it. There was a faint roar of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles. Without any delay, Du Xiaofu's palm print was as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. He directly slapped the old monster of the Green Fox tribe. Boom! Wherever the palm print passed, the surrounding space immediately rumbled for no reason. Dazzling light rose in the wind and suddenly swept out. Then, it was accompanied by a destructive power that directly descended. The old monster of the green fox tribe's expression changed drastically. In an instant, a bluish-yellow light burst out and condensed into a dazzling palm print that collided with the palm print. In an instant, the two palms collided, and a shocking muffled sound of energy suddenly resounded in the void. Rumble! Rumble! Under the trembling gazes of Dugufenchen and Yeluhan, the place where the two palms collided burst with light. Gorgeous runes erupted, and terrifying energy ripples swept out like huge waves, accompanied by astonishing roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles. Ow! Coo! The roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles could be heard. The phantoms of the green dragon, the white tiger, the phoenix, the black tortoise, and the black tortoise appeared. The phantoms of the four beasts roared like thunder. Their awe-inspiring pressure made the world boil, and their domineering energy surged into the sky. Bang, bang, bang! A large area of the void collapsed, revealing a deep dark vacuum. Thump, 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 thump! The old monster of the green fox tribe was shocked, and his feet rubbed against the ground as he retreated more than 10 steps. Not only that, under the domineering power, the blood and chi in his body were surging, and he almost vomited blood. He forced himself to hold back the blood in his throat, but his face had turned pale. Sizzle, this time, although Du Xiaofu was retreating, the golden wings on his back flapped. He only retreated a little in the void and then stabilized his body. A smile flashed across Du Xiaofu's face. He seemed to be quite satisfied with the strength he had shown. Bastard! The old monster of the green fox tribe was furious, and his pale face was extremely gloomy. He could feel that Du Xiaofu did not intend to let him go. He did not show any mercy. The reason why he did not want to provoke this guy was definitely not that he was afraid of a junior who had not set foot in the Sage Realm. What he was really afraid of were the mysterious Fire Thunder Master and the golden-winged Great Rocks. However, now that he had avoided Qin Haodong again and again, this guy was insatiable and did not take him seriously at all. It was true that the old monster of the Green Fox tribe did not provoke powerful enemies. However, once he provoked them, he would directly kill them. As long as they died, he would have no enemies. Feeling the sharp pain in his palm, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe's eyes flashed with a cold light. The junior in front of him had completely angered him. As a holy beast, was he really afraid of him? As long as this guy in front of him died, the golden-winged Great Rocks would not know. This guy seemed to have a lot of treasures. When he got them, he would be able to protect himself before the great calamity came. Boy, you are courting death. Although you have a lot of abilities, if you really think that you can be so arrogant in front of a real Sage Realm cultivator with those talents, I am afraid that you are a little too naive. The old monster of the Green Fox tribe's voice was no longer loud but gloomy and frightening. As soon as he finished speaking, his face, which was extremely gloomy, was filled with coldness. A terrible greenish-yellow light roared up like an erupting volcano, causing the void to rumble and the earth to tremble. Boom! At this moment, the eyes of the old monster of the Green Fox tribe quietly turned into a strange greenish-yellow color. As the light burst out, the void was flooded. His body expanded and in an instant, he turned into a huge demon fox that was thousands of feet long. The demon fox was in the sky. The greenish-yellow light was dazzling. A sharp and cold killing intent reached its peak and swept across the void. Howl, as the void rumbled, the demon fox floated in the void. Its pair of murderous greenish-yellow eyes were terrifying. Its robust body was running in the air, and it looked like it was about to pounce. Its huge tail was raised high, and a row of sharp fangs was revealed in its bloody mouth. The sound of hissing was like the cry of ghosts and the howl of gods. Green light sky-shattering fox. Emo Tian Xiao and Yeluhan clicked their tongues when they saw the demon fox that wasn't big but possessed a terrifying aura. It was a green light sky-shattering fox, one of the most powerful beings in the fox tribe. It was said that the fox tribe had a glorious past. There were many legends about the blood fox, the divine fox, and the most mysterious nine-tailed demon fox. Green light sky-shattering fox? Du Xiaofu's gaze rose slightly as he gazed at the azure radiance heaven-shattering fox. A strand of battle intent surged from his heart as he faced a Saint Beast Realm azure radiance heaven-shattering fox. This was a real test. Du Xiaofu had never wanted to have a duel with someone at the same level as him. Fighting against a sage before becoming a sage. This was what Du Xiaofu wanted. So what if you are in the Holy Beast Realm? I can still beat you up. With a loud laugh, Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed with golden light. An aura that was not inferior to that of the old demon green fox quietly swept out from his body and soared into the sky. In an instant, golden light bloomed. Rays of light that looked like feathers gushed out from Du Xiaofu's body and instantly condensed into a magnificent golden armor that covered his whole body. Screech, the screech of a golden-winged rock, could be heard from the armor. It pierced through the clouds and cracked the stones. An incomparably domineering aura swept across the void, making him look like a real human-shaped rock. The old demon green fox stared at Du Xiaofu. The aura of the real golden-winged rock made him unable to tell whether the demon king in front of him was a human being or a golden-winged rock, even though he had lived for so many years. However, this was not important. The old demon green fox did not believe that he, who was in the holy beast realm, was inferior to this guy in front of him. You are not a golden-winged rock. No one can protect you today. The old demon green fox sneered. His ferocious beast body contained the holy might. Endless pressure spread out, distorted the void, and rushed toward Du Xiaofu violently. This was the power of an expert in the holy beast realm. At this moment, the old demon green fox was going all out. Every move of his showed the horror of an expert in the holy beast realm. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. He stared straight at the old demon green fox, who was rushing toward him. In the golden light in his eyes, a purple thunderbolt suddenly flashed out. The golden rock wings on his back were suddenly covered with purple electric arcs and covered with the thunder martial vein. He shook his arms and activated the shaking wings on his back. Then, he slapped the old demon green fox hard. Chapter 2171. Rumble, golden light spread out from the shaking sky wings, and thunderbolts filled the sky. The shadow of a golden-winged rock was vaguely seen in the domineering aura. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the power of the thunder martial vein was endless. Bang! The two collided and the void exploded. The void was so chaotic that Yeluhan and Dugufenshin couldn't see what was going on. They only saw the old monster's body being blasted away. Roar! The old monster's eyes were filled with shock, and he stopped in an instant. The old monster was shocked. The former hadn't set foot in the Saint Realm, but the terrible thunder power and domineering aura made him feel uneasy and fearful. However, the old monster didn't believe it. That kid hadn't set foot in the Saint Realm. How could he be compared to a Saint Realm expert? Boom! The mysterious runes on his body erupted, and the aura of the old monster became stronger. With the rolling power of the Saint Realm, he suppressed Du Xiaofu with the power of the Saint Realm. Come on! Du Xiaofu was fearless. A divine ring appeared above his head, and the sound of heaven was endless. He fought against the old monster's Saint Realm expert with the infinite power of Nirvana and his vast chi. Screech! The rock's cry pierced the clouds and cracked the stones. Du Xiaofu's body was covered by purple thunderbolts, and a bright golden light burst out. The feather armor on his blue spirit armor came alive like the feathers of a rock, and it was as sharp as a blade. This was especially true for the golden wings on his back. They were exceptionally sharp, slicing through the void. Du Xiaofu attacked, and a terrible power was emitted from the blue spirit armor. At this moment, although Du Xiaofu hadn't set foot in the Saint Realm, the power erupting from his every move was comparable to that of a Saint Realm expert. How can that guy be so strong? Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin were in the distance, and they were so shocked that they couldn't come back to their senses. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that someone who hadn't set foot in the Saint Realm had the strength to fight against a Saint Realm expert. It was unbelievable. There was a huge gap between the Saint Realm and the peak of the Domain Realm. No one could cross it. But now, the Demon King had broken the shackles and crossed the huge gap. Rock's Claw. Domineering Fist. Domineering Dao. Rock descending 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu attacked with all his strength, shattering the void. His voice was like thunder, all kinds of attacks, and the golden-winged Ping Supreme Beast became more and more tyrannical and offensive. As the great Ping flapped its golden wings, it was as if the great Ping had struck the sky and soared into the sky. Obviously, the progress he had made during this period of time, in addition to the various benefits he had gained from comprehending, were fully reflected in the strength that Du Xiaofu displayed at this moment. Du Xiaofu's terrifying physique and the Azure Spirit armor were his trump cards. Du Xiaofu had also gained some benefits from the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree and comprehended the weird and mysterious ultimacy. At this moment, the benefits were gradually revealed to him. The ultimacy could help Du Xiaofu recover quickly. In such a big battle, the ultimacy could bring him great benefits. However, the old monster Green Fox was a real holy beast. He was one of the most powerful beings in the world. He could tear the void and overturn mountains and rivers. If it weren't for the fact that the void was sealed by him, he would have destroyed this land. Du Xiaofu's rock was domineering and fierce. Relying on his strong body, he seemed to be suppressing the old monster Green Fox. However, Du Xiaofu was not strong enough to defeat the old monster Green Fox. The Saint Realm was a huge gap, a natural moat. It was definitely not easy to cross it. However, the more the old monster Green Fox fought, the more shocked he became. This guy is too terrifying. His body is abnormal and indestructible. The supreme nirvana is only for the power of thunder. The supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock is also abnormal. He can resist the power of the holy beast. If the former steps into the Saint Realm, how terrifying will he be? Thinking of this, the old monster Green Fox couldn't help but tremble. Ow! The old monster Green Fox stretched out his sharp claws, and the void was directly torn apart. At this moment, the mysterious patterns of the fox talisman, which emitted a green light, appeared in the depths of his terrifying green and yellow eyes. His aura seemed to have reached its peak. Boom! In the next moment, the old monster Green Fox stepped out in the air. As if he had teleported, he crossed the void and appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Accompanied by the green light, the secret method of the Fox clan and the beast energy, the shadow of a beast rushed out of the claws and grabbed at Du Xiaofu's head. Seeing that the old monster Green Fox's aura had become stronger again, Du Xiaofu could feel that the old monster Green Fox was about to use his trump card. The rock flapped its golden wings and punched out fiercely without any fancy move. This was a martial arts technique that Du Xiaofu had recently comprehended. He got it from the Heavenly Devil battlefield, which was left by an ancient expert. It was called the Star-Breaking Fist. Its offensive power was domineering. When practiced to the extreme, one could shatter stars, crack the space, and break the sky. Boom! As the punch swept out, the air in the void was compressed and directly exploded. Wherever the punch passed, the space was distorted and shattered. In the end, it collided with the old monster Green Fox's claws. At the moment of the collision, the void did not immediately explode, but there was a sharp sound of metal clashing. Rumble, terrifying energy rune ripples swept out, and then the surrounding space exploded like fireworks, directly cracking, and finally turning into a vacuum. Sizzle, however, at this moment, a cold smile appeared in the old monster green fox's terrifying eyes. This claw was not his trump card. The old monster green fox had been prepared for it. He stretched out his claws, which turned into 4 beams of dazzling light. Like sharp blades in the void, they cut through the void and stabbed toward Du Xiaofu's eyes at lightning speed in a ruthless and tricky trajectory. Du Xiaofu had already guessed that the old monster green fox had a trump card. He flapped his wings and sneered. As the purple gold light burst out, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. The rock's golden wings stretched out diagonally, isolating the void and directly resisting the sharp claw attack. Sizzle, the crowd was shocked. The purple gold lightning on Du Xiaofu's rock's golden wings was also torn apart. Several feathers of the rock's golden wings were broken and drifted down. This claw print was very terrifying. It was powerful enough to kill those extraordinary masters at the peak of the immortal realm. Du Xiaofu had transcended his realm. With his strong physical body, he resisted the attack. Du Xiaofu had been prepared for this. When the claw print fell on the rock's golden wings, he made a handprint in his hand. The handprint was dazzling. Suddenly, palm prints poured out like a rainstorm and directly enveloped the old monster green fox. Heavenly Horse's violent palm. Du Xiaofu shouted in a deep voice. This was also a technique he obtained from the heavenly devil battlefield. It was left by an ancient mighty figure. It could burst out countless palm prints in an instant. The palm prints could explode the void and destroy everything. The old monster green fox was prepared for this, but he didn't expect Du Xiaofu's attacks to be endless. All kinds of strange and powerful martial arts and beast abilities emerged one after another. He had no choice but to resist the attack with all his strength. His whole body shone with dazzling light. With the advantage of the Saint Realm, he resisted the attack head-on. Bang, 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 the void kept shattering, and energy burst out with muffled sounds. The violent power of the energy ripples made the scalps of Yeluhan and Dugufenshin in the distance tingle. They really couldn't believe that Du Xiaofu could fight so fiercely with a saint beast to such an amazing extent. Thump, thump. The old monster green fox was pushed back. His face was ferocious and his fangs were exposed. He didn't expect the former to be so powerful. Du Xiaofu was also pushed back. The feathers on the rock's golden wings on his back were broken, and there were cracks on the green spirit armor on his body. Awesome, Du Xiaofu said. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Purple gold electric arcs surged into the sky. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became. The power of the Saint Realm was terrifying. It couldn't be resisted by the indestructible body. However, Du Xiaofu could barely resist the power of the Saint Realm expert with the infinite nirvana, the surging qi in his body, and various talents. Impossible, how can this be? The old monster green fox couldn't believe it. It felt that the former was getting stronger and stronger. It was getting more and more unable to suppress the former with its saint beast cultivation. The old monster green fox even felt that the former seemed to be deliberately fighting with its physical body. It was a beast and a saint beast. Under normal circumstances, a human of the saint realm in the same realm as it couldn't compete with it in terms of physical strength. However, the brat in front of it had an abnormal physical body that could suppress it. Every time it resisted, its qi and blood would surge, and its body would be injured. However, the other party was not injured at all. This brat is too mysterious. The old monster green fox's eyes trembled. It felt that if this continued, even if it was a saint beast, it would be tortured to death by this brat. It had chosen to fight with its physical body. Originally, it thought that it could gain the upper hand. It didn't expect the result to be like this. I have to admit that you are indeed extraordinary. You are beyond my expectation. Even those supreme masters at that time would be crushed by you in the same realm. The old monster green fox raised its head and stared at Du Xiaofu with its greenish-yellow eyes. It was sincerely admiring him. However, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe immediately grinned and bared his fangs. There were several shallow wounds on his face, which were caused by Du Xiaofu's thunder and lightning. The wounds made him look even more ferocious and terrifying. He said, "However, it's time to end this. You can't really cross the domain of a sage." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. After the fierce battle, he knew that it was indeed difficult to deal with a Saint Realm expert. He had been fighting against the old monster Green Fox just now, and the more he fought, the smoother the battle became. The strength of his physical body gave him a lot of advantages. However, it would be too easy for him to suppress a holy beast realm expert like this. "Brat, now I'll show you what a real saint beast is like." The old monster Green Fox's face was ferocious, and a touch of scarlet appeared in its greenish-yellow eyes. Du Xiaofu stared at the old monster Green Fox and narrowed his purple-gold eyes slightly. He vaguely felt a terrifying wave of danger quietly spreading out from the body of the green light sky fox. Boom! In an instant, the void trembled for no reason. Then, a monstrous greenish-yellow light swept out from the old monster Green Fox's body like a storm. In an instant, the sky became dark even though the greenish-yellow light was monstrous. A kind of ferocious aura spread out and soared into the sky with a monstrous, murderous aura. Recently, a lot of great writers have changed jobs. Yu is still here. His update has been as slow as a turtle for more than half a year, which has delayed a lot of work. During this period of time, Yu has been busy with a lot of things. He really doesn't have much time to write, so he doesn't ask for flowers or anything like that. At the end of last month, he finally finished all his work. Starting from this month, I'll make an update plan for you. I don't dare to update too much for fear that he won't be able to recover in a short time. Therefore, I'll update at least 3 times a day. Then, I'll update with fresh flowers. The more fresh flowers I have, the more I'll update. On the second day, you will update twice. Under special circumstances, you will explain in advance. That's it for the time being. In September, you will start to update faster. Brothers and sisters, please forgive and continue to support me. Thank you. Chapter 2172. Sky-Shattering Fox Supreme Seal. When the old demon Green Fox shouted, a huge illusory image of a sky-shattering fox condensed in front of him. In an instant it surged wildly. The light seemed to fill the sky and shrouded the sky. An indescribable ferocious and murderous aura pressed down on the sky. This was the talent of the sky-shattering fox lineage of the old monster. It was also his absolute trump card. Even the Saint Realm cultivators of the same realm did not dare to touch it. Now that he had used his absolute trump card, the old monster had the intention to kill. Whether it was because he was afraid of the revenge of the golden-winged great rocks, or the amazing strength and future that Du Xiaofu had shown, the old monster was deeply afraid of him. Since this kid refused to let go, he had to kill him today no matter what. Awu, the shadow of the sky-shattering fox roared ferociously. Black light gushed out of its eyes. It was extremely terrifying. As the shadow of the sky-shattering fox appeared, it seemed that all the energy in the world was surging into its body. The greenish-yellow light flickered. A terrifying crushing force shattered the void and shrouded Du Xiaofu. The gigantic azure light shattering Heavenly Fox's silhouette collapsed, and wherever it passed, the void shattered inch by inch. From afar, it looked like a celestial fox had descended and swept down with a vacuum black hole. A monstrous murderous aura swept out wildly. It was enough to crush everything. Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin felt the terrifying murderous aura from afar. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads and their hearts trembled. Even though they were far away from the battlefield, they could still feel the terrifying power at this moment. With this kind of power, if a Saint Realm cultivator of the same realm was crushed by it, he would be severely injured in an instant. No one below the Saint Realm could stop it. Du Xiaofu stood in the void. The golden rock wings on his back spread out. He was as immovable as a rock and as immovable as a mountain. At the same time, Du Xiaofu looked at the terrifying shadow of the sky-shattering fox. He formed a hand seal in his hand. A domineering energy fluctuation rose and fell with purple-gold electric arc. Both of them soared into the sky at the same time. The purple-gold electric arcs streaked across the sky like purple-gold rainbows. Dazzling purple electric runes surged in all directions and spread across the sky. It was like a rising sun shaking the sky. Everything happened very quickly, in just a short instant. Amidst the thunder, the dazzling purple-gold electric arcs, and the shadow of a huge purple-gold golden-winged great rock, enveloped Du Xiaofu. Chirp! The two of them seemed as if they'd fused into one, and their ferocious might swept out and caused the entire heavens and the earth to tremble. Break! Break! Du Xiaofu's shout resounded from within the violet gold thunder rock. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. A terrifying and tyrannical murderous aura seemed to cause the heavens and earth to tremble, and it shook the hearts and souls of all. At this moment, the shadow of the sky-shattering fox stared at the purple-gold golden-winged great rock in front of it. It seemed to have felt something, and it was secretly throbbing and uneasy. However, it did not retreat. Instead, it swooped down and pounced with a violent and destructive aura. Chirp! The purple-gold thunder rock's eyes shot out purple-gold electric arcs. They were like two suns shining in the sky, overlooking the world. In the void above its head, the divine halo was shining brightly. It did not retreat and directly collided with the rock. Rumble! The two huge and terrifying bodies collided and exploded in the void. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had merged the supreme beast ability of the golden-winged great rock with the thunder martial vein. Along with the boundless power of nirvana, the great rock struck the sky and released an endless domineering aura. Such a collision caused the sky to explode. Divine radiance covered the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The void, which had been sealed by the old monster green fox, was also showing signs of cracking. Rumble! This kind of collision was too astonishing. Resplendent energy radiance blossomed, and mysterious symbols covered the entire sky. Supreme power surged, turning this heaven and earth upside down. Heaven and earth were turned upside down. The entire void that could be seen was blurred. The earth and the void were collapsing at the same time. Crack, crack, large cracks appeared on the ground, crisscrossing like a spider web. Mountains and rivers collapsed. Such a scene shocked Yeluhan and Dugufenshin so much that they kept quiet out of fear. Their hearts trembled, and their faces turned pale. In the sky that was collapsing, the huge purple-gold thunder rock and the sky-shattering fox's shadow corroded each other. Dazzling light erupted, and purple-gold electric arcs fell like a waterfall. In the end, they dissipated at the same time. When the void gradually calmed down, Yeluhan and Dugufenshin saw Du Xiaofu and the old monster green fox appear at the same time while their hearts were pounding. Du Xiaofu's body collapsed in a straight line. When his figure fell to the ground, he stomped his feet at the same time. The ground under his feet cracked continuously, and the cracks spread in all directions. Dust flew everywhere, and the blue spirit armor on his body emitted faint cracking sounds. Under the terrifying pressure, cracks appeared on it. The light dimmed, and a trace of golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The Saint Beast realm is really strong. Du Xiaofu's mouth curved into a wry smile. He had used the Nirvana Supreme Beast strength, the Thunder Martial Vein, and the Golden-Winged Rock. It could be said that he had used all his trump cards, but he was still injured. At this moment, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be deeply shocked. No wonder it was said that there was an insurmountable gap between the Saint Realm and the Saint Realm. It was really difficult to cross. If it weren't for the blue spirit armor and the indestructible Xian body, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. The reason he could withstand it was because of his extraordinary physical body. Puff! The old monster of the green fox was shaken back in the void. Its body was covered with purple-gold electric arcs, and blood seeped out of its wounds. A mouthful of blood flowed out of its ferocious mouth, staining its fangs. It looked extremely terrifying. There was shock, surprise, and astonishment in its eyes. The old monster of the green fox had a complicated look in its eyes, and its face was gloomy. It seemed that it couldn't believe that it had used its talent and trump cards, but the result was like this. It didn't gain any advantage. It seemed that both sides were injured. The old monster of the green fox stared at Du Xiaofu and didn't say anything. However, a mysterious aura began to emanate from its body, resonating with heaven and earth. Mysterious talisman patterns appeared in the void, emitting wisps of saint might. Boom! In an instant, the saint might was so strong that a strange phenomenon appeared in the void of heaven and earth. The entire space seemed to begin to shrink and rotate. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled and his face changed. The void of heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a prison, imprisoning him in it. There was a violent destructive force gushing out, about to destroy everything. Rumble! The old monster of the green fox floated in the void, and the green and yellow light shone again. The void of this area seemed to be about to be turned upside down. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, as if stars were falling. Dugu Fenshin and Yeluhan, who were in the distance, suddenly spat out blood. At this moment, in this space, the terrifying destructive force was not targeted at them. Just the aftermath alone was enough to make them unable to resist. Oh no! With blood dripping from the corners of their mouths, Yeluhan and Dugu Fenshin looked solemn. The real winner of this battle was about to be decided. It's over. No matter how extraordinary you are, you will be destroyed today, the old monster of the green fox said indifferently. At this moment, his eyes were ferocious, but his expression was surprisingly calm. There was a vast pressure coming from him, as if he could bear the weight of heaven and earth. The old monster of the green fox's body glowed, and his whole body made a sonorous sound. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, pouring down like a waterfall and crushing Du Xiaofu. Boom! The green spirit armor on Du Xiaofu's body began to crack. The golden wings on his back spread out, but they were also suppressed, and the light dimmed. Sizzle! Golden blood flowed out of the cracked green spirit armor, and the helmet cracked. Du Xiaofu also spat out blood. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly turned solemn. This space seemed to have become a cage, and his body was trapped in it. The endless pressure of heaven and earth pressed down, trying to destroy everything in Du Xiaofu's body. This pressure was too strong. It came from heaven and earth, and the saint's power was strong. This is the sign of a saint realm expert. This is the power of the saint realm. It can crush all living things and suppress all directions. Du Xiaofu whispered with a solemn expression. At this moment, in this void, it was as if he was trapped in a cage. This was the real horror of a saint realm expert. It was the sign of a saint realm expert who was beyond the immortal realm and the domain realm. Under the saint's power, it suppressed all directions and crushed all living things. Puff! Du Xiaofu's body sank deep into the ground. His knees had sunk into the rocky ground, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. The green spirit armor was almost destroyed. It's over, old monster green fox said. The sky was filled with green and yellow light. His beast body was shrouded in divine brilliance, and the saint's power lingered. It was as if a divine fox had come to the world, and the world was turned upside down. This part of the void was distorted, and a vision appeared in the sky. The destructive power swept over Du Xiaofu. We're in big trouble. Without stepping into the saint realm, we can't really fight against a saint realm expert. Yeluhan and Dugu Fenshin's faces were pale. The residual power in this space made them vomit blood. Du Xiaofu's green spirit armor was almost destroyed. His body was bleeding, and half of his body was buried in the ground. The feathers on Du Xiaofu's golden wings were also falling. Only the 36 feathers of the true rock were shining. Then let's end it. At this moment, Du Xiaofu raised his head. As these words came out, a dazzling silver-gold electric arc rushed out from between his eyebrows and shot into the sky. It's midnight. There are not many flowers left until tomorrow's extra update. Brothers and sisters, please send me a few flowers as thanks. By the way, I'd like to tell you that Yu's original WeChat account was hacked. He didn't know how to get it back, so he had to apply for a new account. This time, he cleverly used his ID card to bind his account. His WeChat account is called Yufeng Benzin. Brothers, please add him again. Updates and small gifts will be easy to send. Thank you. Chapter 2173. Boom. Boom. At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void above, turning into thunder and lightning that covered the sky and earth. The lightning was of various colors. There was earth-shattering thunder, soul-destroying thunder, tying heavenly thunder, and so on. There were 5 types of spiritual thunder in total. Their auras filled the void. The lightning arcs were dazzling, and the lightning runes were densely packed, illuminating the void. Amidst the lightning that filled the sky, a gigantic red-boned horse-ape rushed out. In that instant it released a violent and destructive pressure. Rumble, silver-gold lightning swept out, covering the void. Roar! Roar! The red-boned horse-ape roared. Its eyes seemed to contain 2 golden suns. Silver-gold light filled the air and poured out in all directions. This was Du Xiaofu's red-boned horse-ape primordial spirit, which contained 5 types of spiritual thunder. Back when he was in the eternal tomb, Du Xiaofu could kill all opponents below the saint realm with this terrifying pulse soul primordial spirit. Now that Du Xiaofu used the power of his pulse soul, its power was much stronger than before. Lightning exploded, overturning the void, causing the mountains and rivers in this void to lose their color and the universe to shake. Roar! And that wasn't all. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit and the red-boned horse monkey's body weren't just primordial spirits, but also his meridians and souls. As he roared, the enormous red-boned horse monkey's body exploded with golden light, and his spirit eyes looked down upon the world. The red-boned horse-ape's aura was like the beginning of the world. It swept out in all directions, wanting to turn the universe upside down and shatter it. I have to admit that you have exceeded my expectations time and time again. If this was 3 months ago, I might not have been able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you are still a little short now. You don't have any ability now, do you? The old monster green fox said calmly, but the shock in the depths of his eyes could not be concealed. If this had been 3 months ago, he would not have been able to do anything to this red-boned horse-ape and several types of spiritual thunder. He might even have been suppressed. Fortunately, he had improved a lot in these 3 months. Is that so? Du Xiaofu, whose knees had sunk deep into the ground, raised his head and spoke faintly. Light flashed across his body, and his black hair was dyed with purple electric arcs. The rocks on the ground around his feet turned into fine powder for no reason. At the same time, as the hand seal condensed, a dazzling stream of light shot out from between his eyebrows. Buzz. When this dazzling stream of light shot out, a buzzing sound of wind and thunder resounded, and a faint silver-gold longsword appeared in the sky. Boom! The sword chi was swift and fierce, and the sword's cry was like wind and thunder. A majestic aura burst out, and an incomparably terrifying fluctuation spread out, causing one's divine soul to tremble for no reason. The eyes of the old monster green fox trembled. Although the color of the long sword had changed slightly and there were more silver-gold electric arcs, he recognized it at once. It was the sword that he had tried to seize in front of the square of the Tomb of Eternity, but failed in the end. At this moment, the long sword was in the air, and the sound of wind and thunder resounded. The sword chi that permeated the air was like a natural counter to the beast's soul, causing it to tremble. Swish, swish, swish. Du Xiaofu's hand seal condensed instantly. Suddenly, the long sword turned into a series of sword shadows and spread out. Innumerable sword shadows split and grew. They were densely packed and mysterious as they revolved around Yi Shiwen. Then, they erupted with electric sword radiance that blotted out the sky and the sun. An invisible wave of aura spread out in an instant, causing ripples to surge in the space. As the ripples spread out, the space was distorted, and the ripples in the space were shattering. At this moment, as the majestic and fierce aura spread out, the sword shadows cut through the space, and a pitch-black light vaguely appeared at the tip of the sword. Under the terrifying sword light's power, one's divine soul trembled, and one's hair stood on end. What a terrifying pressure! My primordial spirit can't withstand it. Dugu Fenshin and Yelu Han's pale faces were filled with shock. They had seen the sword with their own eyes. In the end, a group of Saint Realm experts chased after it, but they never thought that the sword would end up in the Demon King's hands. What shocked them even more was that the pressure from the sword seemed to specifically target the primordial spirit. From afar, they felt as if their primordial spirits in their Naiwen palaces had been struck by lightning, and they trembled. Since you wanted to steal it back then, I'll grant you your wish. Daluo sword formation, go. When Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the Daluo sword formation trembled. The sword formation turned into tens of thousands of streaks of light that revolved in a profound manner and soared into the sky. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, the world trembled as tens of thousands of sword shadows shot out with resplendent silver lightning. The sword shadows were like lightning as they pierced through space. A shocking pressure spread out as they tore through the air. The dense sword shadows were mysterious and connected with each other. Their power multiplied, and they were vast and unfathomable. They suppressed the primordial spirit and filled the world. Such a sword formation was rarely seen in the world. For a moment, no one knew how to deal with it. The old monster Green Fox was also stunned. He was swept by such a terrifying sword formation and was flustered for a moment. He didn't know how to break it, so he could only use his full strength to block it with the power of a Saint Realm expert. Clang, clang, rumble. The sword shadows clanged, and the wind and thunder were deafening, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Tens of thousands of sword shadows arrived in an instant. The sword shadows were like lightning, and the sword chi was like rainbows. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and they were incomparably gorgeous. They pierced through the void and bloomed in this distorted world. Within this sword formation, there was an aura that suppressed the primordial spirit. It was even more terrifying. When such a sword light appeared, it fiercely collided with the distorted void amidst the spiritual lightning that filled the sky. In an instant, the wind and thunder rumbled endlessly. The mysterious runes on the talismans were gorgeous, and lightning interweaved. Crack, crack, it didn't take long for the phenomenon in this distorted space to collapse. It was like countless meteors had exploded, and the entire space began to collapse. Puff, at this moment, the old monster Green Fox seemed to be greatly affected by something. Blood spurted out of the corner of his ferocious mouth and dripped from his fangs. Out. When the void shattered, a golden light flashed in the air. A gigantic red-bone horse monkey appeared in the air and punched out. A blurry light engulfed the area, as though the heavens and earth had just been created. The space before the fist became blurry and distorted as it swept out in all directions, suppressing everything. Rumble! The golden light surged and the void collapsed. The fist landed directly on the shoulder of the old monster Green Fox. The golden light was like a golden thunderbolt, causing cracks to appear on the shoulder of the old monster Green Fox. His skin and flesh were torn apart. Crack, crack, the terrifying force poured out heavily, causing the bones of the old demon Green Fox's shoulders to crack. His huge body fell heavily to the ground, causing the earth to shake and the ground to explode. Puff! The old monster Green Fox spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked at the red-bone horse monkey and the young figure in the void in horror. He was terrified and in disbelief. The old monster green fox could not believe that he had been defeated. As a holy beast, he had been defeated by a young man with the cultivation of the undying and indestructible realm. Moreover, he had been defeated so miserably. One could imagine how the old monster green fox felt at this moment. Buzz! The Daluo sword formation rotated. Sword shadows streaked across the sky, causing the void to tremble. In the end, they turned into a dazzling long sword. Du Xiaofu held it tightly in his hand and stared straight at the old monster green fox. The old monster green fox's beast eyes flickered. He looked at the young man's eyes and felt the domineering and fierce look in them. The old monster green fox even felt a hint of killing intent on the young man's face. The Demon King seemed to have the intention to kill him. The old monster green fox's heart trembled for no reason. A chill surged from the depths of his beast soul. The old monster green fox had witnessed the means and ferocity of this young man in front of him in the tomb of eternity with his own eyes. Now that he had the intention to kill him, he would not give up easily. Looking at the uncertain look on the old monster green fox's face, the chill in Du Xiaofu's eyes was undisguised on his pale face at this moment. The old monster in front of him was extremely cunning. Judging from his moves, he was cunning and ruthless. If he was not weaker than him, this old monster would definitely kill him mercilessly. They had a grudge against each other last time. This time, because of Dugu Fenshin and Yeluhan, Du Xiaofu was not a merciful person. With the strength of this old monster, once he escaped and held a grudge against Du Xiaofu would not be able to live in peace in the future. Therefore, he had to make a move when he had to. As a cold light flashed in Ding Hao's eyes, the soul of the red horse monkey in the void had made another move. A palm print, accompanied by a golden light, flooded the void and directly slapped the old monster green fox hard. "Boy, it's a small world. I'll settle this with you later," the old monster green fox shouted sternly. In an instant, he transformed into his human form and directly flew away. The old monster green fox had set up the restriction formation in this space. At this moment, he knew that he could not do anything to the Demon King, so he chose to escape immediately. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would not even have the strength to escape. Puff! In an instant, the old monster green fox disappeared as if he had teleported. As a result, Du Xiaofu's attack of the soul of the red horse monkey failed, and the old monster green fox fled. It was all too easy for a sacred beast to escape from an undying and indestructible cultivator, especially when they were trapped in a sealed space. Even if Du Xiaofu had crossed the chasm, it would be absolutely difficult for him to stop the old monster of the green fox tribe, who was determined to escape. However, Du Xiaofu was unusually calm. Even the primordial spirit of the red horse monkey turned into a dazzling electric arc and rushed into the mud pill palace in his mind. He had no intention of chasing after the old monster green fox. Dugu Fenshin and Yeluhan's hearts couldn't help but tremble as they looked at the fleeing old monster green fox and the young man in the sky who seemed to be in a sorry state. They swallowed their saliva and were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. The Demon King is an expert in the holy beast realm. He didn't use any external force. With his own strength, he actually forced the expert in the holy beast realm to flee miserably. How terrifying this is! I'm afraid that no one will believe it even if it gets out. He hasn't become a sage, but he can oppress a sage. It's so terrifying. Puff! At this moment, the surrounding void trembled invisibly. Mysterious talismans flashed and disappeared in the void. The restriction formation in this space, which had been sealed by the old monster green fox, was disappearing. However, as the restriction formation disappeared, the old monster green fox, who had just escaped, reappeared in the void under the surprised gazes of Yeluhan and Dugu Fenshin. At this moment, the old monster green fox looked up at the sky in a daze. His eyes were filled with fear as if he had seen a ghost, and his face was as pale as ash. The void where the old monster green fox was looking at was faintly distorted. There were red and blue flaming electric arcs shuttling back and forth in the void. For some reason, the old monster green fox stopped, and his whole body trembled inexplicably. "Little fox, why don't you run away? Why don't you run away?" Such an ancient voice came faintly from the depths of the sky. It was calm and without ripples. Chapter 2174. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, the void above suddenly changed. All of a sudden, the mysterious crimson-blue flame and electric arc descended, resonating with heaven and earth. It was desolate and destructive. In an instant, the mysterious crimson-blue flame and electric arc turned into a giant handprint in the void. It stirred up a mighty and turbulent power and directly engulfed the old monster green fox's head like raging waves. Sizzle, the crimson-blue flame contained the power to destroy all living things. It seemed to be accompanied by a faint sound of thunder. The old monster of the green fox's beast soul trembled under this terrible power. Even if he was in his prime, he would definitely not be a match for it, not to mention that he was seriously injured by Du Xiaofu at this moment. Bang! Wherever the handprint passed, the crimson-blue flame and electric arc spread all over the sky. The surrounding void shattered inch by inch until it reached the old monster of the green fox. Puff! Puff! The old monster of the green fox was powerless to fight back. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body directly fell to the ground like a bird with broken wings. At this moment, the old monster of the green fox recognized the familiar aura in the crimson-blue flame and electric arc. It was the demon spirit master, who he met in the tomb of eternity. The demon spirit master was a person who could fight against the great demon emperor. Although the old monster of the green fox tribe had reached the holy beast realm, he was no match for the demon spirit master. The old monster of the green fox tribe originally thought that the demon spirit master was not with Du Xiaofu, the demon king. Indeed, Fire Thunder, the demon spirit expert, was not with Du Xiaofu. Instead, he was waiting for him outside Du Xiaofu's seal inhibition. He even secretly set up a seal inhibition outside Du Xiaofu's seal inhibition, making it impossible for the old monster green fox to escape at this moment. As the old monster of the green fox tribe fell to the ground like a bird with broken wings, Dugu Fenshin and Yelu Han were dumbfounded and could not come to their senses for a while. As the crimson-blue flame and electric arc in the void fluctuated, the void distorted, and a figure slowly walked out. That figure had long red hair and was dressed in a wide blue robe. He had a face that looked like he was over 50 years old. His round face didn't show any signs of age, but his abdomen was bulging so much that the wide robe was almost torn apart. "It's that expert, Huolezi." When they saw that figure, Yeluhan and Dugufenshin's eyes trembled. They immediately understood why Du Xiaofu, with his temper, didn't chase after that old man even though he clearly had the upper hand earlier. It turned out that such an ancient powerhouse had already been set up outside. From the very beginning, that holy beast powerhouse was already a tragedy. He couldn't even escape. "Little fox, keep running. Why aren't you running anymore?" Hovering in the void, Master of Fire Thunder looked calmly at the old monster green fox, who had just gotten to his feet, and said, "Green light sky shattering fox. You're not bad among the fox clan. I didn't know that senior would come. Please forgive me." The old monster of the green fox tribe bowed respectfully, but his heart was trembling. If he had known that the Fire Thunder Master was here, he would not have dared to make a move. At this moment, the old monster of the green fox tribe didn't even dare to think about running away. This place had been sealed by the former. With his strength, there was no way he could escape. "I think you're quite bold. You even dared to attack my descendant. It's not easy to cultivate, but you're courting death," said the Fire Thunder Master. His voice was faint, but there was a hint of coldness in it. When the old monster of the Green Fox tribe heard his voice, it was deafening like thunder. Descendant. Hearing that, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe trembled all over. The Fire Thunder Master was a demon spirit. Du Xiaofu was at most related to the golden-winged Great Rock. How could he be the descendant of the Fire Thunder Master? You attacked my brother, attacked me from behind, and stole my treasure. How do you think you should pay for this? Du Xiaofu stepped out slowly. The Daluo sword formation in his hand rumbled and twisted the void. It was filled with lightning, as if it would fly out of his hand at any time. Little brother, I didn't know that these two people were your brothers. Back on the Heavenly Devil battlefield, this treasure had already fallen into your hands. Everything was a misunderstanding. Let's forget about it today. I owe you a favor. What do you think? The old monster of the Green Fox tribe looked at Du Xiaofu with a particularly sincere expression on his wretched face. Two choices. Do you want to live or die? Du Xiaofu looked at the old monster of the Green Fox tribe with a cold light flashing in his eyes. How could he believe what the old monster said? If he let the old monster go today, he would be in trouble in the future. Hearing that, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe trembled. He could feel a hidden killing intent from the young man's eyes. He was afraid that this guy had no intention of letting him go from the beginning. Otherwise, why would he set up an ancient powerful figure outside at the beginning? Obviously, he had been prepared from the beginning. What's the difference between life and death? At this point, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe knew that there was no need for him to pretend anymore. His expression returned to normal, and he looked at Du Xiaofu with a wretched face. He felt that his life today was in Du Xiaofu's hands. The young man was also the master of the flaming thunderball. If you live, submit to me. As a holy beast, I won't treat you unfairly. I will honor you as the guardian sage of the heavenly beast hall in the barren country. Du Xiaofu did not hide the coldness in his eyes. He looked straight at the old monster of the Green Fox tribe and said, If you die, I will refine you into a puppet. I will refine you alive, refine your body, and erase your memory. Not only can I preserve your strength, but I can also improve your strength slightly. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe's face began to twitch. For some reason, he felt his hair stand on end. Being refined alive, refining the body, and erasing the memory of the beast's soul was definitely worse than death. Looking at the unchanged expression on the old monster of the Green Fox tribe's wretched face, Du Xiaofu's eyes were still cold. He said slowly, Of course, you can also choose the third option. Try to detonate yourself to avoid the pain of being refined. However, I don't know if you have a chance to detonate yourself in front of Huolei Laozu. I can refine you. As a holy beast at the early stage, I can gain some benefit. The flaming thunderball glanced at the old monster of the Green Fox tribe and said indifferently. He did not take the old monster of the Green Fox tribe seriously at all. The old monster of the Green Fox tribe was stunned. His eyes were glazed over. The words of Du Xiaofu and the flaming thunderball had undoubtedly destroyed his last fantasy. Not to mention that he was reluctant to detonate himself. He might not have a chance to do so in front of the flaming thunderball. He had been very careful along the way of cultivation. It had not been easy for him to reach his current level. How could he be willing to die? After reaching the holy beast realm, he could have lived a carefree life in this world. However, he had provoked the Demon King. Today, the two guys seemed to have something to do with the Demon King, so he was now in front of the Demon King. The old monster of the Green Fox tribe knew that he had completely lost this time. If he did not submit, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 2175. But at this moment, a dignified holy beast had to bow its head and submit, and listen to the orders of others from now on. No one would be able to accept this. You don't have time to consider. Life or death is up to you. Du Xiaofu stared at the old monster of green fox. The Daluo sword formation in his hand released pressure. Electric arcs surged, making people's souls tremble. The old green fox monster looked depressed and pale. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at Master of Fire, Thunder and Du Xiaofu. I can join the Barren Nation, but the Barren Nation needs to provide me with some cultivation resources. Otherwise, I would rather die than do as you wish. If I really wanted to self-destruct, I might not necessarily fail. The old monster of the Green Fox tribe looked straight at Du Xiaofu and secretly gritted his teeth. He did not want to die. Today, he had been completely defeated. It seemed that he had no other choice. He even believed that once he shook his head, that guy would attack him without hesitation. If you join the Heavenly Beast Hall, you will be able to use all the resources of the desolate country at any time. If the desolate country doesn't have it, we will be able to help you find it. As a guardian sacred envoy, you will be second only to one person. It will not be a disgrace to you, Du Xiaofu said. Hearing that, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe looked at Du Xiaofu in surprise. It seemed that he did not expect that the other party would give him a way out so readily. The old Green Fox demon's eyes twitched with complicated emotions. After a few seconds, the corners of his mouth twitched. He secretly gritted his teeth, got down on one knee, saluted, and said, "I'm willing to join the Celestial Beast Hall of the Barren Country." "Greetings, Rock Emperor." Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin were slightly astounded when they saw this scene. Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin looked at each other in dismay. They hadn't expected this outcome. It was obvious that Master of Fire, Thunder and the Demon King were echoing each other. In the end, the old monster Green Fox had no choice but to join the desolate nation. "No, no, Sacred Envoy, you are too polite." At the same time, Du Xiaofu immediately came to the old monster Green Fox. His cold face, like a flower blooming in spring, suddenly, the killing intent in his eyes was replaced by respect. He enthusiastically held the old Green Fox demon, who was about to get down on one knee, and said, "Senior, on behalf of the Barren Country, thank you and welcome Senior to join the Heavenly Beast Hall. We will. From now on." The old monster Green Fox was stunned. He stared blankly at the enthusiastic young face in front of him. Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin. "Fuck, if you were really polite, why would you beat that old fox up so badly?" If Fenshin Xiaofu. Tu's Fenshin. To Fentito Fenshin on Fun Fox Sacred Road to Rock Phase. Looking at the change in Du Xiaofu's face, Fire Thunder was stunned. This guy changed so fast. Du Xiaofu looked at the old monster of Green Fox with great enthusiasm and said with great concern, "I'm really sorry. I hit you a little too hard and hurt you badly. But as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I hope you can give me more advice in the future." The old monster Green Fox could not come to his senses at all. Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin looked at each other in dismay. "What do you mean by a little too hard? You beat him to death. What do you mean by no discord, no concord? You came here to take revenge. From the beginning, you didn't intend to let him go. Rock Emperor, you are too polite." After a long time, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe sighed secretly and said these words. "This time, I'm completely defeated." The old monster Green Fox felt a little helpless. He thought that he was smart enough, but at this moment, it seemed that the boy in front of him changed his face faster than one could turn the page of a book. He was treacherous and cunning, but his strength was abnormal. This time, he was completely defeated. Set up a primordial spirit restriction in this little fox's beast soul. If this little fox dares to be disloyal, we won't be polite to him, Fire Thunder said. Hearing this, the eyes of the old monster of the Green Fox trembled fiercely. If the other party really set up a primordial restriction in his beast soul by submitting to the desolate nation, he did not seem to have much choice. In the future, he could only submit completely. If the primordial spirit restriction was set up in his beast soul, it would have a great impact on his cultivation in the future. Ancestor, from now on, the sacred rock phase is on our side. There's no need to set up anything. The barren country will rely on the sacred rock phase in the future. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he smiled at the old monster green fox and said like an angel, "Sacred rock phase, what do you think? After joining the barren country, I will follow the rock emperor wholeheartedly in the future." The old monster green fox bowed again. He was a little surprised that Du Xiaofu was so generous and trusted him completely. However, the old monster green fox knew that this was a combination of kindness and severity. As long as Fire Thunder was there, if he really dared to do anything, he would have nowhere to run in this world. What was more, even if the young demon king in front of him was in front of him, he would not be able to resist him. Sacred Rock Phase, you are being too serious. Du Xiaofu smiled with satisfaction. There was an invisible air of superiority in his smile, which shocked the old monster green fox. Du Xiaofu didn't decide to let the old monster green fox join the Celestial Beast Hall a long time ago, nor did he expect to meet Yeluhan and Dugufenshin here. Du Xiaofu thought of letting the old monster green fox join the Celestial Beast Hall on the spur of the moment. He asked Fire Thunder to guard outside because he was afraid that the old monster green fox would take the opportunity to escape. The catastrophe was coming, and the barren country's strength was far from enough. That was why Du Xiaofu wanted the old monster green fox to join the Celestial Beast Hall. After all, the old monster green fox was an expert in the Holy Beast realm. Du Xiaofu wanted to test his real strength, so he didn't even use the Blood Soul Seal. However, if the old monster green fox refused to join the barren country, Du Xiaofu would kill him without hesitation, so as to avoid future troubles. Fire Thunder didn't say anything more. He reached out and waved his hand. The invisible restriction in the void dissipated. "Thank you." Yeluhan and Dugufenshin came to Du Xiaofu with complicated expressions. If it weren't for the Demon King this time, they could imagine the consequences. "We are brothers. You don't have to thank me." Du Xiaofu looked at Yeluhan and Dugufenshin and smiled. Then, he waved his sleeves and soared into the sky, flying away. Swoosh, swoosh, behind Du Xiaofu, Master of Fire Thunder and the old monster green fox also soared into the sky and left. As Du Xiaofu's voice faded away, he continued, "I really hope that you two brothers can join my desolate country. Back then, I had no choice but to hide it from you. However, as brothers, if you don't understand, then it's useless even if I say 1,000 words. A great calamity is coming. I hope you two brothers take care of yourselves." Yeluhan and Dugufenshin looked at each other as they looked at Du Xiaofu's back. Their eyes flickered. When the Demon King disguised himself as Fu Xiaodu, they were forced to form an alliance. However, after many dangerous situations and battles, the three of them finally called each other brothers. Later, when Du Xiaofu was in danger, even when the disciples of the barren country were in danger, Yeluhan and Dugufenshin subconsciously helped him secretly. However, they had been tricked by Du Xiaofu and couldn't find a way to get out of this situation. The two of them looked at the gradually disappearing figure and murmured, "As brothers in our hearts," swoosh swoosh, light flashed in their eyes. They seemed to have made a decision. Light shot out from the soles of their feet and their figures soared into the sky, flying towards the gradually disappearing figure. There are still a few more flowers to be added. Brothers and sisters, please send some flowers to me. Thank you. Chapter 2176. Desolate Country, Stone City. In the huge square of the palace, many experts stood together. They had concealed their auras, but their auras still made the air tremble. Array Child Jin Qingchun, Yi Lao, Yi Piaoling, Changyu, Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, Qiuli, Du Yunlong, and Du Xiaoman were all there. The Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and other beast experts who had followed Little Xingxing were also there. They had improved tremendously over the years. 7-star halls Yu Xianzi, Dongli Diao, and Lin Weiqi were also there. They had heard that the desolate country was going to head to legalism. They seemed to have guessed something and were determined to go together. There were also the Du family disciples, led by Du Hao, Du Shui, and the rest. They had made a name for themselves over the years, and their growth was astonishing. General Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Tang Wu, Guo Xiaofeng, and the rest of the Tianwu Academy elites were also there. They had come out of seclusion in advance to head to the desolate country. The army is ready. Ghost Chariot, Silver-Winged Demonic Eagle, and the rest have sent back news. The Heavenly Beast Hall's army has also gathered on Middle State's Long River. We can set off at any time. Du Yunlong said to Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing as he stepped forward. Du Xiaoyao's gaze swept across the crowd. With the desolate country's current strength, excluding the Saint Realm cultivators, they were not inferior to any other major forces. Especially among the younger generation, the 9 great families, dragons, and phoenixes would not be able to compare to the desolate country. It's time. Let's go. Du Xiaoyao looked at General and Gu Xinyan and nodded. As Du Xiaoyao finished speaking, Gu Xinyan walked out. Her red robe fluttered, and a ray of light shot out from her palm, shooting into the clouds. Boom! Suddenly, above the stone city, the wind and clouds surged and the ground shook. A colossal figure, like a dark cloud, covered the sky. What's going on? In an instant, the entire stone city shook. Everyone rushed out and walked onto the street. They stared at the gigantic creature in the sky in a daze. It made them shudder in fear. This was an ancient warship that was incomparably large, as if it was going to fill half of the vast stone city. Its entire body was deep, and just its height alone was 1,000 zhang. There were many cracks on the ship's wall, but the invisible power was enough to make a Saint Stage cultivator tremble. The warship was so huge that it made the people standing in front of it seem insignificant. They couldn't see the end of it at all. Even the true form of a beast that was over 10,000 feet long couldn't compare to this colossus. The appearance of such a huge warship above the imperial palace shocked the desolate country's experts who were in the imperial palace. "Get on the warship!" Little Xingxing opened his mouth. His tender voice was filled with a great might. Whoosh whoosh, as little Xingxing's voice fell, the sound of wind breaking could be heard in the square. Many powerhouses rose into the air in shock. Immediately, a powerful aura spread out, causing the entire stone city to tremble. Whoosh whoosh, at the same time, inside and outside the imperial palace, many powerful auras suddenly surged. Many figures rushed toward the huge warship above the imperial palace. They were densely packed, and their auras were powerful. A moment later, the huge battlefield disappeared. The dark clouds above the stone city dispersed, and light returned to the city. Someone saw 2 figures rushing into the sky from within the imperial palace. They tore through space and instantly disappeared into the void. Such a huge commotion caused the entire stone city to boil. Everyone knew that the desolate country, which had been quiet for so long, was going to make a big move with such a huge commotion. Not long after, a huge and boundless warship suddenly appeared in the central region's Long River. Huge waves surged and covered the sky. Countless beast silhouettes swept through the air and landed on the colossal warship, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Then, the huge warship disappeared, and everything returned to normal. However, such a shocking commotion couldn't be hidden from everyone. All the forces in the central region received the news soon after. They were all guessing who the desolate country's elite powerhouses were going to attack. The desolate country, which had lost the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was going to make a shocking move this time. The stone city returned to its peaceful state after the warship disappeared. Walala, quietly, without anyone noticing, the lush grass of immortality and dark penetrating grass in the imperial palace flickered with light. Energy fluctuations spread out towards the Du family. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound broke through the air and reverberated through the stone city. In an instant, lightning descended from the sky above the stone city. Dazzling silver snakes rushed into the sky, causing the people's scalps to explode. Their minds and souls trembled violently, and a destructive aura whistled. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, there was a dragon's roar. Within the imperial palace, golden talisman runes rushed into the sky. The energy between heaven and earth began to fluctuate violently. The entire imperial palace trembled, and the imperial palace's dragon aura was affected. Crackle, in a short period of time, lightning filled the entire stone city. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the entire stone city trembled. Roar! At this moment, outside the stone city, tens of thousands of beasts roared and groveled on the ground. At the same time, waves of extremely shocking lightning energy fluctuations seemed to have transformed into countless spirit snakes that shuttled through the void, causing one's hair to stand on end and feel a chill in one's heart. Rumble! Rumble! The terrifying lightning finally struck down. The aura was murderous and destructive as it enveloped the entire stone city imperial palace. The lightning energy that filled the sky was extremely terrifying. The lightning raged like countless bombs exploding. Bang, bang, bang! In the sky above the stone city, the wind howled. Dark clouds gathered, and the low rumble of thunder resounded. Crackle! The terrifying lightning in the sky enveloped the entire imperial palace, and finally fell towards the depths of the Dew family. There was a terrifying aura that rushed into the sky, straight into the clouds. Middle State, Great Luan Sec. On the peak of the mountain, a figure appeared in the void, looking in the direction of the desolate country's stone city from afar. The vast plains stretched as far as the eye could see. In the distance there was a huge new city that had risen from the ground. It was majestic and magnificent. The city was peaceful and the streets were bustling. This was the new Sky City. After so many years, Sky City had been razed to the ground, but it had been rebuilt by legalism. There were many disciples from the branches of the school of legalism living in the city. After the ancient experts from the school of legalism came out of the eternal tomb, the disciples of the school of legalism were extremely determined. No one dared to touch them anymore. On the vast plains, a figure appeared quietly. He stopped and looked at the huge outline of the new city in the distance. His bearded face was slightly moved. The person who appeared on the plains was Du Xiaofu. Looking at this strange yet familiar place, even if his heart was as firm as a rock, he could not remain calm. All these years, he had been longing for a family reunion, but he had failed time and time again. When he left the Stone City, his dream was to enter the front one day and bring his mother and sister out. It was not for anything else, but for a family reunion. However, Du Xiaofu had failed to realize this dream that could not be any more ordinary for others. He had even been tortured and humiliated because of it. Phew! His chest rose and fell as he took a deep breath. Du Xiaofu's bearded face, which had been disguised with a divine technique, regained its calmness. With a thought, a stream of light shot out from between his eyebrows, and the ancient barren space appeared in front of him. Whoosh whoosh, with a flash of light, 3 figures flew out from the ancient barren space. 3 invisible auras spread out, quietly causing the void to tremble. The 3 people who walked out of the ancient barren space were the old monster Green Fox, the fire cloud evil god Dugufenshin, and the heavenly demon Yeluhan. The fire cloud evil god Dugufenshin and the heavenly demon Yeluhan followed Du Xiaofu and joined the desolate country, adding 2 more country guardians to the desolate country. The old monster Green Fox, Dugufenshin, and Yeluhan were originally seriously injured, so Du Xiaofu put them in the ancient barren space to recuperate. At this moment, the old monster Green Fox, Dugufenshin, and Yeluhan were far from fully recovered from their injuries. However, their originally pale faces were now a little rosy. Their clothes were neat and tidy, and they were no longer in a sorry state. Of course, when the three of them entered the ancient barren space, they were inevitably shocked. At this moment, the three of them walked out of the ancient barren space. At their level, they were no longer shocked. However, when they looked at the huge new city in front of them, their eyes were filled with surprise. This seems to be legalism. The old monster Green Fox recognized it immediately, and the look in his eyes changed a lot. The old monster Green Fox knew this place. This was the entrance to legalism. The old monster Green Fox didn't know why the Demon King came to legalism, but he had heard that the Demon King seemed to have a lot of grudges with legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. Then, the old monster Green Fox looked at Du Xiaofu, who was beside him, in surprise. This guy has the fire thunder seed. Is he coming to legalism to deal with legalism? The old monster Green Fox knew that legalism was not easy to deal with now, and it was guarded by experts from the ancient era. Legalism. When Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin heard this, their eyes trembled violently. Others might not know, but they clearly knew that the Demon King and legalism had a great grudge. It was absolutely to the point that they would not stop until one of them was dead. Now that the Demon King came to legalism in person, they were afraid that he was up to no good. Let's go. As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, he slowly stepped toward the new city. The old monster Green Fox, Yelu Han, and Dugu Fenshin looked uncertain. Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin looked at each other. They knew that today would not be a peaceful day. It seemed that Du Xiaofu only took a few steps, but he crossed the space and appeared outside the huge new city calmly. The old monster Green Fox, Yelu Han, and Dugu Fenshin followed him closely. On the city gate, the words "City in the Sky" were shining brightly. The huge city gate was like a giant beast opening its bloody mouth, making people's hearts tremble. Looking up at the words "City in the Sky," Du Xiaofu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking as calm as ever. Chapter 2177. In the land of legalism, all trespassers will die. Scram! Scram! With a thunderous roar, several gigantic demonic beasts appeared from the city walls. They looked ferocious, their eyes ferocious, and their auras powerful. However, when these demonic beasts appeared and their gazes landed on the old monster Green Fox, Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin, their bodies trembled for no reason. Their auras stagnated for a moment, and they almost fell from the city walls. Although these demonic beasts had reached the Beast Emperor realm, their cultivation was not bad. Even if they were in front of Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin, who had restrained their auras, their cultivation was nothing. Moreover, there was a Saint Beast expert like the old monster Green Fox present. Their invisible auras were enough to make the demonic beasts' souls tremble. Are you still so high and mighty? Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at the demonic beasts. As his voice fell, he waved his long sleeve and swept it forward. A golden light accompanied by an invisible wave instantly rushed out. Bang bang, wherever the golden light passed, the towering city walls instantly crumbled like tofu. Those ferocious demonic beasts didn't even have time to scream before they were crushed into dust and rubble. Who dares to trespass into the land of legalism? As the city walls collapsed, many figures rushed out from Sky City. Waves of powerful auras swept over, and their roars were like thunder, shaking the void. Swoosh, swoosh, roar, from the depths of Sky City, many figures were still flying over, and the demonic beasts roared. In a short time, many figures appeared at the collapsed city gate. Waves of auras gathered, and it was quite a scene. However, many of the demons that had been roaring viciously earlier began to tremble for some reason as they appeared at the city gates. They trembled all over, almost causing quite a few disciples of legalism to fall from the sky. You dare to kill the demonic beasts of legalism? Do you want to die? High up in the air, a burly man in the lead swept his gaze over the collapsed city walls below. His expression instantly turned cold as he stared at Du Xiaofu, Yelu Han, and the other three. However, as if he had sensed something, A cold light flickered in his eyes as his heart trembled for no reason. You don't have enough weight. Call that old bastard Qin Yunlong out. Du Xiaofu. After saying this, Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. How can ants like you call the divine ancestor's name? You're asking for it. The legalism man's, the legalism's, their divine ancestor, their god. How could the legalism's divine ancestor was? Legalism? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure swooped down. In an instant, the light was as dazzling as the sun, and the mysterious runes of talismans filled the sky. Roar, roar. In a single moment, the middle-aged man's body was enveloped by the figure of a colossal, primordial beast. It opened its vicious mouth and brandished its claws, as if it wanted to tear Du Xiaofu to pieces. You overestimate yourself. Boom! This voice was like a great bell. A sharp claw appeared in the air, twisting the void. With a pitch-black spatial crack, it instantly slammed into the huge demonic beast. Rip! Rip! The void trembled. The surrounding city walls exploded one after another. Huge rocks soared into the sky and then turned to dust in the terrifying energy. Under the horrified gazes of the legalism disciples, the demonic beast shattered inch by inch. It couldn't withstand a single blow. The martial honorable realm expert of legalism was crushed like an ant by the claw. Not even his bones remained, and his divine soul was destroyed. The void froze. The legalism people on the city walls trembled. Their eyes were glazed over with horror. The one who attacked was the green fox old monster. He had already joined the desolate country. Under such circumstances, he had to take action. Activate the array, quickly activate the array. After a moment, someone among the legalism people finally recovered from the shock. His voice echoed in the vast Sky City. Rumble, suddenly, Sky City shook. Light soared into the sky, and mysterious talismans soared into the sky. Energy surged. In an extremely short period of time, a large array enveloped the entire Sky City. Dong dong, the urgent sound of a bell echoed throughout Sky City. Suddenly, Sky City was in a panic. All the legalism disciples looked at the void. They couldn't figure out who dared to offend the legalism at this moment. Could it be that those demons had come? Du Xiaofu didn't move again. He quietly waited outside the array. The green fox old monster, Dugu Fenshin, and Yelu Han looked at Du Xiaofu. They seemed to want to ask something, but in the end, they didn't ask. Legalism. The vast space was ancient and magnificent. Mountains rose and fell, and clouds rose and fell. With the removal of the seal in this world, the space inside legalism was filled with spiritual qi. It was incomparably sacred. Originally, because Du Xiaofu had massacred the legalism, countless legalism experts had died. All of legalism was silent and oppressive. But recently, with the demon king Du Xiaofu's death and the emergence of one of the legalism's ancestors from the tomb of eternity, the legalism had regained its vitality. No one was worried that the legalism's fortunes had run out. Dong dong, suddenly, the urgent sound of a bell echoed throughout legalism, spreading throughout the legalism. Swoosh swoosh, within the school of legalism, experts rushed into the air from all directions as soon as possible, gathering in the inner city. After the 2 visits of Garuda Mora of the golden-winged great rocks and the desolate nation, legalism's response was indeed much faster. All of its experts gathered in the great hall of the inner city. The sovereign lord of legalism sat at the head of the hall, flanked by legalism elders and experts. Sovereign lord, it's not good. Powerful enemies have invaded. Elder Li is no match for them. Someone from Sky City had long since arrived. His face was pale and his heart was still palpitating. Are they demons? How many are there? A legalism elder immediately asked. The experts and elders of legalism in the great hall all paled. They're not demons. There are only 4 of them. The newcomer was panting, his face pale and his body trembling uncontrollably. 4 people. Hearing this, The experts and elders of legalism in the Great Hall were puzzled. Who in the world would dare to offend legalism? Moreover, there were only 4 of them. Why are the 4 of them so panicked? What's going on? A legalism elder berated the newcomer. Elder, the 4 of them are 3 young people and 1 old man. They're too strong. Elderly was killed in one move. The newcomer had a sullen expression. The 4 of them were too strong. That formless aura made him feel weak even now. 3 young people and 1 old man. In the great hall, all of the experts of legalism were astonished and fell into deep thought. Do you know where the 4 of them came from? The sovereign lord's face was gloomy. He seemed to have aged even more than 2 years ago. The various blows to legalism over the years and the death of his son, Han Aoshi, had caused this sovereign lord of legalism to grow older. However, his old face was still sharp and clear. He must have been very handsome when he was young. Chapter 2178. Legalism, I don't know. The person shook his head. He was just a branch disciple of legalism. Although his cultivation was not bad and he had some status in legalism, he had not gone far from it. Just the 4 of you dare to barge into my school of legalism? How audacious! An expert from the school of legalism was furious. 4 people dared to treat the school of legalism as nothing. If they did not make them pay the price, probably no one would take the school of legalism seriously in the future. Lord, elders, those 4 people called the divine ancestor by name. They said. The person wanted to say something but stopped. He looked at the Lord and the elders in the hall, not daring to say anything. Speak, the Lord asked in a deep voice. There was a great majesty in his voice. They called the divine ancestor an old man. They want the divine ancestor to go out and see them, the person said bravely. Bang! A low muffled sound was heard. A chair in the hall was smashed into powder. An elder was furious. His eyes were cold. He shouted, How dare you! The divine ancestor is still in seclusion. 4 people dare to break into legalism. They should be killed. A legalism expert stood up. 4 people dared to make a scene in front of legalism. They did not take legalism seriously. They could not be let go. Elder Ming, please, the Lord of Legalism said. His eyes flashed. The divine ancestor was in seclusion and should not be disturbed. Moreover, the divine ancestor of legalism was not someone who anyone could meet. Elder Ming was enough to deal with anyone below the Saint Plane. Legalism. Peaks connected and surrounded by peaks. It was like a city. Green and steep, clouds and mist covered the place. An ancient aura filled the place. In a secret room, a woman sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. She looked otherworldly. Sizzle, suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. Purple lightning flashed in the depths of her eyes. A murderous aura flashed. The lightning in her eyes slowly receded and became clear again. Within Sky City, many children of legalism floated in the air. Densely packed figures stood on the city wall and looked at the 4 figures outside the formation, waiting anxiously for the experts of legalism to arrive. What are we waiting for? Yeluhan couldn't help but ask Du Xiaofu. Although the legalism gate had an extraordinary array, it was unlikely that anyone under the Saint Realm would be able to break through it easily. However, Yeluhan knew that no matter how powerful the formation was, it would not be able to stop Du Xiaofu, let alone the presence of the old monster Green Fox. Yeluhan didn't have a good impression of legalism. In the past, he had been hunted down by legalism. Now that he was here, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to collect his debt. Du Xiaofu glanced at Sky City and suddenly smiled. The main character is here. And so is the person we've been waiting for. Roar. Ow! As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the roar of beasts came from within Sky City's formation. It was like thunder shaking the void. In the next moment, light surged from within the formation. Many fierce birds and beasts flew out and stood upright, exuding a terrifying aura. Their bodies were like dark clouds, and their aura made one's heart tremble. Light surged behind these fierce birds and beasts, like stars hanging low in the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were figures standing behind these demonic beasts. Their bodies were surrounded by light, shining like stars. In particular, the figures in the middle were surrounded by light that was as dazzling as the sun. In an instant, the entire Sky City was filled with light, as if gods had descended to earth. "Greetings, Lord! Greetings, elders!" The disciples of Sky City bowed, their voices shaking the sky. The High Lord had come in person, accompanied by many elders and powerhouses. Sky City's disciples, who had been terrified just a moment ago, felt a boost of confidence. At this moment, with so many experts present, who would dare to offend the dignified legalism? Du Xiaofu looked at the densely packed figures above Sky City. They deliberately released their auras, filling the sky and shaking the void. Many of them were familiar faces. When he saw the old man at the very front, the current sovereign of the school of legalism, his own grandfather, Du Xiaofu's calm gaze rippled without leaving a trace. Beside the lord of legalism, an old woman in her 70s stood quietly. She wore a plain dress and looked old. Her face was full of wrinkles, as if the vicissitudes of time were written on it. Du Xiaofu was familiar with this person. He was Elder Ming of legalism. The seed of the nether insight grass in his body was given to him by this person. It was also this person who first introduced him to legalism. The people of legalism floated in the void, like gods descending from the heavens. Their eyes were bright, as if they were looking down on Du Xiaofu and the others. However, when these people's gazes fell on Dugufengchen and Yeluhan, some of them instantly changed their expressions. Almost all the experts of legalism who had entered the heavenly devil battlefield had been exterminated by Du Xiaofu and the desolate country. However, there were a few who had managed to escape. When the heavenly devil battlefield reappeared, they immediately recognized Dugufengchen and Yeluhan. "Yeluhan! It's Fire Cloud Evil God Dugufengchen!" Someone immediately cried out in alarm. The heavenly fiend Yeluhan and the fire cloud evil god Dugufengchen were absolutely infamous. On the other hand, no one recognized the old monster of Green Fox. Swish, swish, along with the exclamations, many eyes followed the exclamations and fell on Yeluhan and Dugufengchen. "I was wondering who it was. Yeluhan and Dugufengchen, the two of you barged into our legalism and killed our legalism's disciples. Do you think our legalism has no one?" The current legalist High Lord spoke. He naturally knew who these two were. Based on his age, he wasn't even as old as Yeluhan and Dugufengchen. "The few of you aren't qualified. Tell that old bastard Qin Yanlong to come out." Yeluhan's body rippled with a dark red baleful aura. His aura fluctuated with multicolored light, causing people to shiver for no reason. At this moment, Yeluhan and Dugufengchen were secretly depressed. These people of legalism didn't recognize the demon king Du Xiaofu and the old monster of Green Fox. Instead, they were staring at them. If they knew that the old monster of Green Fox and the demon king Du Xiaofu were here, it was another matter whether these people of legalism would dare to come out or not. "How dare you call our divine ancestor's name and insult our divine ancestor? How dare you? You should be killed." Among the terrifying figures that were as dazzling as the sun, a loud shout resounded through the sky like thunder. It reverberated for a long time without stopping. Insulting the divine ancestor of legalism in front of them, it was obvious that they didn't put legalism in their eyes. Awo! Boom! Along with this loud shout, the beasts outside the city roared. The auras of the experts of legalism surged, containing endless ancient majesty, shaking the sky. "Bullshit legalism, so what if you insulted that old bastard Qin Yanlong?" Amidst the roars of the demonic beasts, there was a slightly immature voice that clearly resounded throughout the entire Sky City. The voice was clearly calm, but it was deafening to the disciples of legalism, causing their souls to tremble. The mounts of the beasts of legalism were trembling, for no reason, and their fierce eyes revealed an inexplicable fear. Chapter 2179. Swoosh, swoosh, as the last word of the immature voice fell, two spatial cracks appeared in the void. The spatial ripples rippled like a tide, and two figures stepped out of the spatial crack. One of them was a golden-robed young man. His skin was translucent and seemed to emit a faint golden luster. He had shoulder-length blonde hair and was thin but tall. His facial features were as handsome as if they had been carved by a knife. His pair of dazzling golden eyes seemed to be able to captivate souls. A little girl about 10 years old with a young face and a faint golden luster in the depths of her bewitching eyes slowly swept her gaze over the people of legalism. Wherever her gaze landed, the monster beasts and experts of legalism felt their souls tremble for no reason. Redbone horse monkey Du Xiaoyao. Purple star demonic dragon emperor. Oh no, those two malefactors are here! In an instant, the faces of the experts and elders of legalism, who had been overbearing and arrogant just a moment ago, were now filled with shock and fear. The news that the purple star demonic dragon emperor had stepped into the holy beast realm had long been spread. Although legalism had not been born yet, they were very well informed. The relationship between the purple star demonic dragon emperor and the desolate nation was probably known to everyone in the world. Now that this holy beast realm expert and redbone horse monkey Du Xiaoyao had come, they were probably not here to pay a visit. The Lord of Legalism was not worried about Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin. Although these two people were not ordinary, they were far from enough to come to legalism to make a fuss. When he saw little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao, the Lord of Legalism's expression immediately turned gloomy and ugly. The old monster of Green Fox's gaze fell on Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing. In the tomb of eternity, he had also seen how terrifying the redbone horse monkey and the dragon were. At this moment, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe sensed the invisible aura of Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing. As an expert in the holy beast realm, how could he not sense that the two of them had probably stepped into the sage realm? The old monster Green Fox's expression changed. With the redbone horseback monkey, the strange dragon, and the fire thunder in the dark, Du Xiaofu, the demon king, was more powerful than him even though he had not reached the saint realm. He was afraid that the legalism would be defeated today. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing arrived. They glanced at the legalism people in front of Sky City and then fixed their eyes on Du Xiaofu, old monster Green Fox, Yelu Han, and Dugu Fenshin. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing were a little surprised by Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin, but they were more surprised by the old monster Green Fox. In the tomb of eternity, the old monster Green Fox had fought. Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao had seen it with their own eyes. He was an expert in the holy beast realm. They didn't know why this expert in the holy beast realm was here. Du Xiaoyao, what do you want? At the same time, the voice of the Lord of the Legalism came again. However, his posture was much lower, and there was a trace of solemnity in his eyes. Ask Qin Yanlong and the other old man to get out here. Du Xiaoyao glanced at the Lord of the Legalism in front of her with her golden spiritual eyes and said flatly, "You are far from enough." Hearing this, the experts of the legalism trembled secretly. They were indeed not friendly. Do you think you can act so impudently in front of my legalism with just the few of you? The Lord of the Legalism said in a deep voice. Behind him was the entire legalism. Although he was secretly worried, his aura didn't change. He also subconsciously thought that Yelu Han and Dugu Fenshin were in cahoots with Du Xiaoyao and Dugu Fenshin. Do you think there are too few of us? Du Xiaoyao smiled coldly, and a streak of light suddenly shot out from her hand. Boom! When this streak of light shot into the sky, the entire sky above Sky City trembled. Accompanied by surging winds and surging clouds, a huge battleship floated in the air. An ancient aura filled the air, and the huge battleship towered over Sky City. It was much taller and more majestic than the walls of Sky City. The body of the battleship was mottled, and the aura it gave off was ancient. All of the disciples of the legalism in Sky City raised their heads and trembled, deeply shocked. Wash legalism in blood. On the deck of the huge battleship, a black mass of figures stood upright. Their roars were like thunder, and their invisible auras were awe-inspiring. The ones at the front were the child of the sacred array Zhen Qingchun, Yi Lao, Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger, Heavenly Wolf Gu Tianxiao, Dongfang Qingmu, Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, General Gui Hua, and the other elites of the desolate country's world society. Roar! The heavenly beast hall's army roared, their voices shaking the world. Qiu Li Gui Che, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Mysterious Serpent King, and the others released their auras intentionally or unintentionally, causing the demonic beast mounts of the legalism to almost fall from the sky. Outside Sky City, the wind and clouds surged. The huge battleship hovered in the sky like a dark cloud covering the sky. The intimidating aura on the battleship, accompanied by a ferocious bloodthirsty aura, made one's heart tremble. The huge battleship and its mighty aura descended. Looking at the towering figures on the huge battleship, Old Monster Green Fox, Yeluhan, and Dugu Fenshin trembled inwardly. When they saw the familiar figures on the battleship, Yeluhan and Dugu Fenshin looked at each other. At this moment, they were certain that the demon king in front of them had already prepared for this. He had appeared in front of the legalism with lightning speed. With such a huge lineup, the desolate country's elites had all come out. This was a huge blow to the legalism. On Elder Ming's aged face, his eyes had originally landed on Du Xiaofu intentionally or unintentionally, as if he wanted to spy on something. When little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao appeared, he finally shifted his gaze. When the ancient battlefield appeared, a trace of seriousness quietly flashed across his face. It's the desolate country's elites. On Sky City, the legalism experts were inwardly trembling. Under the Saint Realm, the legalism did not have any foundation that could compare to the desolate countries. Just the heavenly wolf Gu Tianxiao, the snow spirit war monarch Xueqingrong, the undead spirit demon Dongfang Qingmu, the nether demon Yi Piaoling, and Du Yunlong of the younger generation were enough to crush the legalism. Moreover, Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing were also present. All the disciples of the legalism branch family in Sky City had originally thought that with the High Lord and the legalism experts and elders present, they had enough confidence. However, when they heard the words "desolate country" and saw the densely packed figures and imposing auras on the battleship, they once again felt uneasy. Sky City had been razed to the ground because of the desolate country's Du Xiaofu. Quickly inform the divine ancestor to come out of seclusion. The High Lord of the legalism transmitted his voice to a legalism elder behind him. Looking at the huge battleship in front of them, he knew that the desolate country had come with ill intentions. For the desolate country to suddenly attack like this, it must have been premeditated. Don't think that just because you've broken through to the Saint Realm that you can act arrogantly in front of our legalism. Even if that bastard Du Xiaofu was still alive, he wouldn't dare to act so presumptuously in front of our legalism, let alone if that bastard Du Xiaofu was dead. A legalism elder plucked up his courage and spoke. He was confident. There were ancient experts of the legalism that had walked out of the eternal tomb. Even if that mutated dragon had stepped into the Saint Realm, it had only just stepped into the Saint Realm and could not be compared to the legalism. Even if the desolate country sent out all their elites, they still could not be compared to the two saints of the legalism. You're courting death. Little Xingxing's eyes darkened. How could he tolerate someone insulting his father? A cold light flashed and his little palm was about to slap forward. Puss! Suddenly, at this moment, a figure quietly appeared in front of little Xingxing. With a wave of his long sleeve, he stopped little Xingxing. Chapter 2180. There's still a use for a few of you alive. A faint voice rang out as Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Little Xingxing. Humph! Little Xingxing retracted his aura and coldly glared at the legalism expert who had just spoken, but did not attack again. Swish, swish, in an instant, numerous gazes landed on Du Xiaofu. Looking at the bearded man, both the legalism and the desolate country's people were secretly puzzled. Who exactly was this strange man that could stop Little Xingxing's attack? On the warship, the sacred array child Jin Qingchun, Elder Yi and the others were also puzzled as they sized up Du Xiaofu. Under everyone's gazes, Du Xiaofu soared through the air and headed straight for Sky City. Du Xiaofu did not stop Little Xingxing because he was afraid that the legalism people would die. Instead, he knew that with Little Xingxing's current strength, the legalism people would not be able to resist once he attacked, and there would be a few left alive. "May I know your name, sir?" Elder Ming stepped forward and blocked the legalism sovereign's side. He looked at Du Xiaofu curiously, his gaze solemn. "You can't stop me." Du Xiaofu did not say anything else and did not respond to Elder Ming. Du Xiaofu knew Elder Ming's goal, which was to protect the legalism sovereign. His footsteps did not stop as he walked directly in front of the legalism people. "Then let me see who you are." As Elder Ming's voice fell, a bright light shot out from his palm. Mysterious runes intertwined to form a stalk of grass. The spiritual leaves on the stalk were long and slender, as if they were real. The mysterious runes flickered. As the stalk of grass shot out, a pressure descended from the sky, causing people's eyes to tremble and their souls to feel refreshed. This stalk of grass seemed to be able to purify the spiritual platform and suppress all evil. This was the shadow of the dark seeker grass. The mysterious pattern of the talisman turned into a beam of light and directly swept towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly, flicked his sleeve, and stretched out his hand. A violet flaming fingerprint shot out, pierced through the void, and directly flashed through the nether insight grass. In an instant, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the illusory figure of the dark nether grass was burned to ashes by the raging purple flames. At the same time, Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Elder Ming. Elder Ming's expression changed drastically at this moment. His body instantly became resplendent, and light spread out from his doddering body. It swelled up, and in an instant, he turned into the enormous body of the nether insight grass. Boom! This stalk of dark insight grass was sparkling and translucent, like a star floating above Sky City. It erupted with the most brilliant light, and the pressure it exuded caused the ground outside Sky City to rapidly crack open. Half-saint. On the warship, the expressions of the desolate country's experts changed. A sage-level dark penetrating grass demon spirit was extremely powerful. It would be difficult for anyone below the sage realm to contend against it. 1. The dark insight grass soared into the sky, erupting with resplendent light that enveloped Du Xiaofu. It emitted the sound of wind and thunder, and it could cause one's spirit to fluctuate. A mist-like light spread out, and those with lower cultivation couldn't see it clearly. "Sir, show your true body. Why do you keep hiding?" Elder Ming's voice came from the dark insight grass. The leaves of the dark insight grass pierced through the void like countless sharp swords, causing the void to be filled with cracks as they slashed towards Du Xiaofu. Elder Ming had a feeling that the bearded man had hidden his true body. He wanted to force him to show his true body so that he could see who it was. "As you wish." Du Xiaofu looked at the dark insight grass in front of him, and his expression didn't change. He just waved his hand and suddenly fanned forward. Suddenly, golden light erupted, and a golden talisman rune surged out like lightning. It turned into a brilliant golden wave, and a terrifying aura overflowed. Golden light gushed out like a sun. Screech! There was a faint rock cry that pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks. The golden talisman runes surged forward layer by layer, and it turned into a golden wing in the void. Everywhere it touched, the leaves of the dark insight grass were crushed. In the end, the wing fiercely flapped on the dark inside grass. Bang! A low muffled sound accompanied by a peerlessly tyrannical and ferocious aura swept over. The resplendent light on the dark inside grass instantly dimmed. The enormous dark inside grass was pressed down and heavily fell from the sky. The supreme beast ability of the golden-winged rock clan. On the warship, Zhen Qingchun, Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Elder E. Mo Tianshao, Gui Che, Yi Piaoling, General Gu Xinyan, Yu Xianzi, and the others all trembled fiercely at this moment. As the Elder Ming's dark inside grass was slapped to the ground, the curly-bearded man's body squirmed and his face changed under everyone's gaze. Then, under everyone's incomparably shocked gazes, the curly-bearded man returned to his lean and tall figure, and his resolute and determined face. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, swaying slightly, and his eyes were clear. When such a figure appeared, the whole place suddenly fell into a strange silence. Starting from the venerate of the current era, the faces of the legalists gradually turned from shock to horror. No, how is this possible? Isn't he dead? His divine soul has been destroyed. What's going on? Du Xiaofu, he's still alive. The elders and powerhouses of legalism were all dumbfounded, and their bodies trembled in shock. It's the Rock Emperor is not dead. Brother, it's brother, he's still alive. Brother Xiaofu is not dead, Brother Xiaofu is still alive. I knew it, I knew the Rock Emperor would not die. The Rock Emperor is not dead, the Rock Emperor is really not dead. When that familiar figure appeared on the warship, Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Hao, Du Shui, Phantom Tiger King, Mysterious Dragon King, Yi Piaoling, Qingu Yu, Stone, and the others were all excited. Greetings, Rock Emperor. Greetings, young master. The army on the warship saluted, and their aura soared into the sky. The sound waves were deafening. When that figure appeared, the desolate nation's army was in an uproar, and their eyes trembled. Their Rock Emperor, the soul of the desolate nation, was still alive. I knew it, this guy will be fine, he won't die. Senior Medicine smiled, but deep in his eyes there were some tears. This little bastard, he even hid it from me. Zhen Qingchun curled his lips, looking very unhappy, but the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Among the crowd, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Old Monster Green Fox, Yeluhan, and Dugu Fenshin were not surprised at all, they already knew. Senior Ming's original body, the dark inside grass, flew out from the ground and returned to his human form. His face was pale, and there was a trace of crystal blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the familiar figure in the sky with a complicated expression. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Du Xiaofu looked at Senior Ming and said. Chapter 2181. As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu looked at the legalism supremacy. His gaze was calm and he did not say anything. His figure drifted like a god, appearing in front of the legalism supremacy like a ghost. Little bastard! The old supremacy of the legalism supremacy recovered from his shock and revealed a vicious look. His son and grandson had all died in his hands. The legalism supremacy was almost unable to recover from the setback. Cold light surged as the supremacy of the legalism supremacy's body emitted a monstrous light. The aura in his body swept out like a storm, and accompanied by the momentum, he directly punched towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! This punch contained the momentum of the legalism supremacy, and a vision appeared in the sky, shattering the void. Du Xiaofu's expression did not change at all. He directly kicked the void, and accompanied by an explosion of golden light, he shook off the supremacy's punch. In the next instant, Du Xiaofu's leg kicked the supremacy of the supremacy's chest. PFFF, the old supremacy of the legalism supremacy, was unable to dodge at all. Blood immediately spurted out of his mouth, and his entire body was stunned. He was directly sent flying by the kick and crashed into the ground. Bang! The ground trembled as Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. He stretched out his hand and with a vast force, he lifted the restriction. Not good. Quickly save the supremacy. It happened too quickly, so fast that the people of the legalism supremacy did not even have time to react. The legalism supremacy was already lifted up like a little chick. Clean up, kill that old thing. Little Xingxing pouted. He did not have a good impression of the people of the legalism supremacy. This scene shocked everyone present, and also caused the legalism supremacy elders to turn pale with fright. They instantly became uneasy. Some people of the legalism supremacy wanted to save him, but when they looked at Du Xiaofu, no one dared to step forward. Even Elder Ming was not a match for him, so who had the strength to do so? He is still your and Xiaojing's grandfather. You can't kill him. Elder Ming spoke, her face deathly pale. She knew that the youth who could be trampled on by anyone with legalism had now risen to prominence. Even she no longer waved her hand. She looked at Du Xiaofu and sighed. Your mother and sister are both under legalism. No matter how strong the desolate country is, it is still not enough to shake legalism. If you leave now, your mother and sister will be fine. Du Xiaofu glanced at Elder Ming, and then he gazed at the exalt of legalism in his hand and said, You know why I've come. Let me get my mother and Xiaojing out. From today onwards, I'll be even with legalism. Pfff. The exalt of legalism spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy and vicious gaze. He laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. This laughter was ear-piercing, and coupled with the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, it made him even more ferocious. He said, You killed your uncle, and now you still want to kill me? No matter where you go in the future, the blood of legalism will flow in your veins. I am your grandfather. If you dare to kill me, this is treason. Your mother will not forgive you, ha 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 ha. This cold laughter echoed in the air. Gazing at the sky, Zhen Qingchun, Elder Du Yunlong, Serious Lonely Sky Howl, and the others in the desolate country all had slight changes in their expressions. Du Xiaofu stared at the exalt of legalism in front of him. His expression was still calm, and he only watched quietly. As his voice fell, he said softly, For my mother's sake, I will indeed spare your life. However, do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Pfff. As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu directly threw the exalt of legalism behind him. Pfff. Little Xingxing reached out with his claw and grabbed the exalt of legalism in his hand. Then, he lifted the exalt of legalism on his shoulder. Du Xiaofu, do you really think that you can shake legalism with just these people? You are courting death. That demon god didn't kill you. Today you are fated to die here. The exalt of legalism laughed coldly. His voice was ear-piercing. Pa-pa, pa-pa. Following the crisp sound of slapping, the exalt of legalism's words came to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. An old man's face was being slapped repeatedly by Little Xingxing's small white hand. Little Xingxing said indifferently, Old thing, if my father doesn't kill you, why don't you guess if I dare to kill you? If you continue to spout nonsense, I will slap you to death. Small palm prints landed on the exalt of legalism's face. Instantly, his old face swelled up, and he spat out blood along with his broken teeth. His eyes were lifeless, and his expression was complicated. He was unable to regain his senses for a long time. The exalt of legalism was being slapped in front of the legalism gate. This wasn't just a slap to the face of the exalt of legalism, but a slap to the face of the entire legalism. Everyone from legalism was also stunned. They stared at their exalt being slapped in front of their eyes. They were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe what they were seeing. Bastard, fight it out with them. This is the greatest provocation to legalism. Fight them to the death. Where is the divine ancestor? Why hasn't the divine ancestor come yet? Afterwards, the eyes of the experts from the school of legalism reddened in shock. They could not accept such humiliation. Boom! Aura after aura exploded out, and light exploded out like stars. The aura surged, causing the entire Sky City to tremble. Awu, the demonic beast of legalism, roared, and its roar was ear-splitting. Then kill. Du Xiaofu was still very calm. His voice echoed in the air and landed on the spacious battleship. The enmity between Du Xiaofu and the school of legalism was so deep that it could not be resolved. The school of legalism had been humiliated and bullied time and time again. They had been treated like ants, humiliated, lied to, and bullied. They had even almost died to the hands of the school of legalism a few times. Du Xiaofu was surprisingly calm when he came here again. Kill! Wash the legalism with blood. Boom! 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 However, as soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, a powerful aura suddenly surged from the huge warship. Numerous figures charged over like bolts of lightning, and a bloody, baleful aura swept through space. Rumble! In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Mo Tianxiao, Yeluhan, Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, Du Yunlong, Little Tiger, Guiche, Silver-winged Demonic Condor, Du Xiaoqing, and so on all came out together. All kinds of talismans and mysterious runes surged, and the sound waves were like thunder that shook the world, resounding throughout Sky City. Kill! The 18 celestial guards moved together. The 18 figures were like 18 sharp weapons, and a bloody aura swept out. It was incomparably terrifying, and it shook the void. In an instant, when Yeluhan, Dugufenshin, and the old monster of the Green Fox tribe were still hesitating whether to attack or not, the figures in the sky collided with each other. Rumble? This was too shocking. Although Nether Demon, Mo Tianxiao, and Dongfang Qingmu hadn't set foot in the Saint Realm, they were all extremely powerful. However, each of the autarchs was ferocious and terrifying. They instantly clashed with the legalism expert. This scene was too terrifying. The void was chaotic and the space exploded. Energy ripples spread out, and the sound of sonic booms rang out incessantly. Bang! 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 In an instant, some people exploded, and some demonic beasts were torn apart. A bloody mist poured out. The update today was slow. Little Yu wanted to write better, so he deleted a lot of words. However, there are still more. I will finish the 5th update. However, everyone can save it for tomorrow morning. I don't know when it will finish. I apologize. Chapter 2182. Legalism's powerhouses had mostly been killed in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. There weren't many legalism powerhouses left, and they couldn't be compared to Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, Lian Qingrong, and Nether Demon. The consequences were obvious. As soon as they clashed, the void exploded. Pft! Some legalism powerhouses were forced back, spitting out blood as they stared in shock. The legalism supremacy held in Little Xingxing's hand watched the legalism powerhouses retreat in defeat. His eyes couldn't help but turn pale, they're too strong. Retreat to the city. Inform the divine ancestor, quick! They had only just come into contact with Yi Futian, but there were already elders and strong cultivators from the Fa family who shouted loudly. They were no match for Yi Futian at all, and there was no way they could be compared to the group of supreme cultivators from the desolate nation. As soon as they clashed, these legalism powerhouses and elders couldn't resist and immediately retreated. In their panic, most of them hid inside the array. Can you hide? Du Xiaoyao puckered his lips slightly, and he stood out from the crowd. He was born with the imposing aura of a king that ruled over the world, and he revealed a strand of chaotic qi. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure strangely vanished. When Du Xiaoyao's figure reappeared, he was already outside of Sky City's defensive array. His golden eyes were deep and profound, giving off an oppressive feeling. He formed a hand seal and golden light erupted from his body. The phantom of a red-bone horse monkey, several thousand feet in size, enveloped him. Roar! The red-bone horse monkey stretched out its claws, and golden talisman runes shot out from the claws. They contained a strange power that caused the void to shatter as they slammed into the energy barrier of Sky City. Crackle! The claws contained a mysterious energy. The talisman runes gushed out, and a terrifying energy rippled wherever they passed, causing the defensive array of Sky City to tremble. Then, under the shocked gazes of the entire Sky City, the array exploded. Rumble, violent energy swept through the sky, causing the entire world to tremble violently. It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, the sky was shattering, and countless runes were collapsing. It was a terrifying sight. The defensive formation that legalism had set up in Sky City was definitely not weak, and it had taken a lot of effort. However, the defensive array glyphs were not the trump card of legalism. After all, this was only the periphery of legalism. In addition, a talisman formation that could stop a Saint Realm cultivator was not easy to set up. Moreover, if Du Xiaoyao wanted to break the formation, ordinary talisman formations would not be able to stop him. The talisman array collapsed, and the enormous energy swept out in all directions. The city wall collapsed, and many figures on the city wall were affected. Some of them directly fell down and spat out blood. Chaos ensued, and miserable cries rang out continuously. Kill! Yi Piaoling and the rest of the 18 celestial generals, Heavenly Wolf Gu Tianshao, Dark Hell Emperor Ming Yao and the rest of the desolate country's fiends followed closely behind. Rumble! Wherever the Du family disciples passed by, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void, killing in all directions. Boom! The sacred array child Zhen Qinchun did not say anything and directly activated the 6 wheels blood-killing array. The murderous aura filled the sky and spread across the sky. There were also terrifying existences like Qiu Li, Thunder Eagle King, Miameng King, Yunzhan, Guiche, and others. In an instant, they roared and immediately pounced forward. Wherever these guys went, everything was destroyed and razed to the ground. Such a scene made the old monster Green Fox secretly click his tongue. The desolate nation had gathered such a group of fiends, and each of them was a supreme genius. In another 100 years, no force in the world would be able to stop them. The 9 great families, the Phoenix clan, and the dragons would definitely not be able to stop them. How dare you! You're courting death! At this moment, a deafening voice came from Sky City. The world trembled, and a vast wave suddenly swept out, as if it was going to explode the surrounding void. Zhen Qinchun, Mo Tianshao, Guiche, Lian Qingrong, Miameng King, and the others were all affected. Boom! The void trembled, and a terrifying light swept out from the void, like a wave of the void. It was like a dazzling electric arc that illuminated the void, sweeping toward Mo Tianshao, Guiche, and the others with an unparalleled momentum. The killing intent was so strong that it shattered the void. Du Xiaoyao looked at the sky, her spirit eyes clear. At this moment, her golden robe fluttered, and her aura erupted in an instant. She directly punched out, and the momentum in all directions shook the sky. Bang! Such a muffled sound exploded above Sky City, shaking the entire Sky City. The sound of wind and thunder echoed in the void, and a large area of the void exploded in the sky, then recovered. The terrifying fluctuations and aura also made Mo Tianshao, Zhen Qinchun, Yi Piaoling, and the others stop in their tracks. That aura was too powerful. They were supreme geniuses, but they knew that they could not be affected, because it was a Saint Realm expert who had come. Saint Realm, such a strange voice resounded, accompanied by a figure standing in the void, blooming with light like a rising sun. There was an invisible force that spread out in all directions. Divine Ancestor! Divine Ancestor, avenge the dead disciples! Divine Ancestor, please save the Supreme Lord. The desolate country has gone too far. In an instant, the disciples of legalism in Sky City were overjoyed. They saw hope, a life-saving straw. The arrival of the divine ancestor would definitely be able to suppress and kill all enemies. Kiki, the supreme lord of legalism, sneered, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, adding to his ferocity. Slap, the crisp sound of a slap came from the supreme lord of legalism's face. Little Xingxing calmly glanced at the supreme lord of legalism and said, "Behave yourself, or I'll slap you to death." The supreme lord of legalism was stunned. As a supreme lord of legalism, a person who could make the world tremble with a stomp of his foot, he represented the entire legalism. But today, in front of everyone's eyes, in front of the gate of legalism, he was continuously slapped in the face. This really made him stunned. Qin Yanlong had arrived. He looked at Du Xiaoyao, whose golden robes fluttered in the wind. His eyes trembled with astonishment. That was the Saint Realm. This red-bone horse monkey had also stepped into the Saint Realm. Then, when Qin Yanlong's gaze fell on little Xingxing and Du Xiaofu, who were carrying the supreme lord of legalism, he immediately trembled violently. There was some disbelief in his eyes, and then he said gloomily and eerily, "Little bastard, you still won't die? If even legalism can't kill me, who can?" Du Xiaofu said. Everything he had suffered in the past few years could not compare to the humiliation of legalism. However, the sharp power of his Yuan spirit could sense that Qin Yanlong's aura was actually much stronger than it was in the Tomb of Eternity. It seemed that the intensification of the energy of the world had allowed these saints to rapidly recover and improve. As a member of the 9 great clans, their recovery was even faster. Hearing this, Qin Yanlong looked at Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and little Xingxing in front of him. His eyes trembled with complex emotions, and he became even more resentful and gloomy. "Old thing, you've finally come out." Little Xingxing threw the supreme lord of legalism that he was carrying like a chick to Zhen Qingchun, who was not far away, and his small body took a step forward. Rumble, with every step he took, little Xingxing's seemingly small and tender body's vigorous aura became denser. For no reason, it suppressed everyone's souls and made them tremble. It was as if every step he took was trampling on their hearts. After a few steps, he stood side by side with Du Xiaoyao. Little Xingxing's aura also climbed to its peak. Roar! The faint roar of a dragon reverberated. With little Xingxing as the center, starlight rippled, and the surrounding space distorted. It was blazing hot, and there were golden flames burning in his eyes. At this moment, all the beasts in the surroundings trembled, and their beast souls trembled. Boom! At the same time, Du Xiaoyao stared at Qin Yanlong. A vigorous aura in her body slowly rose and circulated like a volcano. A powerful pressure that could suppress all directions quietly surged and rushed into the clouds. In an instant 2 saint auras appeared in the sky. The light was not as dazzling as Qin Yanlong's, but their auras were not inferior. 2 saint auras appeared in the sky, facing Qin Yanlong from a distance. At this moment, the desolate country's army was boiling, and the blood in their bodies surged. The desolate country now had 2 saints. Du Xiaoyao has also broken through to the saint stage. The desolate country has 2 saints. In the sky, the desolate country's army was pleasantly surprised, and their blood surged. With 2 saints in the sky, this was the desolate country's current strength. Legalism, which had always been high and mighty, was nothing. From now on, the disciples of the desolate country would be able to advance alongside the 9 great families. The disciples of the 9 great families, the dragons, and the phoenixes would no longer be superior to them. God bless the desolate country! The 2 saints stood together, and 2 vast auras swept out. Some of the elders of the Du family in the desolate country's army, as well as the South Vanquishing King and the North Vanquishing King, had tears in their eyes. The Rock Emperor was not dead, and the desolate country's 2 saints were standing side by side. This made them excited. How many years had it been? Today's scene was something they had never dreamed of. With 2 saints in the sky, the disciples of legalism and the experts in Sky City, who had originally seen hope, once again fell into a serious and nervous state. The redbone horse monkey Du Xiaoyao had also broken through to the saint stage, and this was definitely not going to be easy to deal with. Facing each other from a distance, Qin Yanlong felt the auras of Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing. His face was gloomy and ugly. Do you think that you have the right to be arrogant in front of legalism just because you have just stepped into the saint stage? You should know that there is a huge gap between the saint stage. If you think that you can act presumptuously in front of legalism with just the two of you, then I can tell you that the two of you are far from enough, Qin Yanlong said with a cold smile. During this period of time, Qin Yanlong had made rapid progress. Over the years, he had been unable to make any further progress, and had even been slowly retreating. Now that the energy of heaven and earth had recovered, everything that had happened over the years had become his accumulation. With this accumulation, he had soared into the sky. His progress was rapid, and he had made rapid progress. Therefore, Qin Yanlong had the ability and confidence to do so. What could two juniors who had just stepped into the saint stage do to him? Chapter 2183. Qin Yunlong's old face turned cold as he stared coldly at Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing. A majestic aura surged into the sky like a tsunami, whistling through the sky with the rumbling sound of wind and thunder. A dazzling light spread out in the void and a mighty force surged out. Qin Yunlong shouted, "How dare you act so atrociously when you've just stepped into the saint realm? Today I'll settle everything once and for all. You won't be able to return. Old man, you're as talkative as ever. Since you think two saint realm experts are too few, let's add one more." Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly and looked at Qin Yunlong, whose aura shook the sky and whose light surged into the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand slightly behind him. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking and waved his hand behind him, a terrifying greenish-yellow light whizzed out from behind him like an erupting volcano. The void rumbled, and the earth trembled. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a greenish-yellow light burst out and flooded the void. A thin and wretched figure instantly appeared in the sky, and he stood not far away from little Demon Du and little Star. Dazzling and yellow light suffused out, and a fierce and ghastly aura climbed to the peak and swept through the sky. Saint Beast Realm, another Saint Beast Realm expert. What's going on? Why is another Saint Realm expert here? The entire place was stunned. That terrifying aura was unreservedly proving that it was another Saint Beast Realm expert, another Sage Realm expert. Qin Yunlong, who was shrouded in the light, was stunned. When he arrived here, his gaze was directly attracted by Du Xiaofu, little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao. In addition, the old monster green fox deliberately hid his aura with his talent, so he didn't notice him. At this moment, when he saw the wretched figure, how could Qin Yunlong not recognize him? It was the old fox, the old monster green fox. Old monster green fox, what do you mean? Qin Yunlong stared at the old monster green fox. He couldn't figure out why the old monster green fox was with Du Xiaofu. Didn't that old fox sneak attack Du Xiaofu in the Tomb of Eternity? Why were they together now? Disciples of the Desolate Nation, please bear in mind that Senior Qinghu has joined the Heavenly Beast Hall and is now the Heavenly Beast Hall's sacred envoy. Du Xiaofu faintly smiled. His voice was like thunder echoing in the void. He slowly continued. Heavenly Demon Yeluhan and Fire Cloud Evil God Dugufenshin will both join the desolate country as country protectors. What? When these words were spoken, the crowd was once again stunned. The guardian sacred envoy of the Celestial Beast Hall, a sacred beast expert, had joined the desolate country. The heavenly fiend Yeluhan and the fire cloud evil god Dugufenshin were the country protecting venerables of the desolate country. These two were the infamous supreme martial artists. The Heavenly Beast Hall's sacred envoy is a sacred beast expert from our desolate country. My desolate country has gained 2 more country protectors, Nirvana sovereigns. Oh my god, did I hear wrongly? Fire Cloud, evil god Dugufenshin, heavenly demon Yeluhan, and that sacred beast expert have all joined our desolate country. The desolate country's army was shaken again. This was no different from throwing a bomb into a calm lake. Heavenly demon Yeluhan and Fire Cloud, evil god Dugufenshin, had joined the desolate country. This meant that the desolate country would have 6 country protectors in the future. Heavenly Wolf Gu Tianxiao, Snow Spirit Battle Empress Lian Qingrong, Undead Spirit Demon Dongfang Qingmu, Dark Hell Emperor Ming Yao, Heavenly Demon Yeluhan, and Fire Cloud Evil God Dugufenshin. These 6 supreme martial artists, 6 country protectors, no one in the world could bring out such a terrifying lineup. These were the 6 supreme Nirvana sovereigns. Any one of them could be said to be the best among their peers. In the future, they would definitely have a great chance of breaking through to the Saint Realm. Heavenly Wolf Gu Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, Dongfang Qingmu, and Ming Yao were all moved. However, they didn't seem to be surprised that Yeluhan and Dugufenshin had joined. They knew very well that Heavenly Demon Yeluhan and Dugufenshin had been tricked by Du Xiaofu a long time ago. However, Old Monster Green Fox's addition surprised Mo Tianxiao and the others. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Old Yi Zhenqingchun, Yu Xianzi, and the general were all stunned. This was another 3 experts joining. Greetings Palace Protector, Sacred Envoy. Greetings Country Protector, Sacred Envoys. Ghost Chariot, Illusion Tiger King, Silver Winged Demonic Condor, Mysterious Dragon King, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Chao Yu, and Hua Fankong all came back to their senses. Greetings Palace Protector, Sacred Envoy. Greetings Country Protector, Sacred Envoys. Awu, in an instant, the desolate country's army roared and their auras shook the clouds. Heavenly Beast Palace and the desolate country's army saluted. Their voices echoed in the sky and didn't dissipate for a long time. At this moment, Yeluhan and Dugufenshin could only smile bitterly and soar into the sky. Old Monster Green Fox's gaze swept across the desolate country's army. His wretched face was serious, but he couldn't help but feel a different kind of satisfaction in his heart. Even a group of Supreme Being experts had to salute him. This treatment was not bad. Old Monster Green Fox had good eyesight. He could tell that the Heavenly Beast Palace's army of demonic beasts was definitely not ordinary. He was the Palace Protector Sacred Envoy, which meant that he could command the Heavenly Beast Palace in the future. With the desolate country's current lineup, Old Monster Green Fox would be able to hold his head high in front of the 9 great families, the dragons and the phoenixes in the future. Compared to the desolate country's excitement, the disciples of the School of Legalism all had grim and ugly expressions. Another 2 Supreme Being experts and a Holy Beast expert had joined the desolate country. This lineup was too powerful. Old Monster Green Fox, how dare you? The entire Fox clan will suffer the consequences and pay the price because of you. Qin Yanlong shouted angrily. He never dreamed that Old Monster Green Fox, this old fox, would join the desolate country and follow Du Xiaofu to deal with legalism at this time. Qin Yanlong, do you think that the Beast region is like your legalism? You can't go there just because you want to. Old Monster Green Fox was secretly enjoying himself when he was interrupted by Qin Yanlong's shout. His face instantly darkened and he looked at Qin Yanlong with a cold glint in his eyes. His aura fluctuated and shook the clouds. He said, "Besides, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." Good, good, good. Ha 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 ha. After saying good 3 times in a row, Qin Yanlong was so angry that he started laughing. When his laughter stopped, he stared at Old Monster Green Fox coldly and said, "If I don't kill you today, no one will take legalism seriously in the future." As his last word fell, Qin Yanlong raised his hand. Light erupted from his body, and his hand was covered in talisman patterns that faintly distorted the void. At this moment, the earth began to tremble and cracks appeared on the surface of the huge sky city. The light on Qin Yanlong's hand became brighter and brighter. Then, Qin Yanlong's hand directly slapped toward Old Monster Green Fox. Rumble, when the palm landed, the earth shook and the void trembled. Strange phenomena accompanied it and caused the entire square outside Sky City to sink. The ground kept exploding. It was a terrifying scene. Chapter 2184. The desolate nation's army tensed under the invisible pressure, and the chi in their bodies froze. The palm strike seemed to have come from the depths of the void. It twisted the void and enveloped the old monster Green Fox. At this moment, the old monster Green Fox's eyes quietly turned into a strange greenish-yellow color. A sharp and chilling aura reached its peak and swept through the void. "Let me deal with this person." Suddenly, a voice was heard. The voice was calm, but it sounded like thunder. At the same time, a spear radiance emitted dazzling purple electric arcs in the void. It pierced through the void and pierced toward Qin Yanlong's terrifying palm strike. Rumble, the spear radiance emitted dazzling purple electric arcs. The muffled sound was like thunder, shaking the entire Sky City. The spear radiance was sharp and dazzling, as if the god of thunder had arrived in person. It pierced through the void with the sound of lightning and thunder. Its aura was murderous, and lightning runes intertwined. Rumble, in a flash, the old monster Green Fox was shocked. The spear radiance collided with the terrifying palm strike. The void was distorted like a fried dough twist, and a strange rumbling sound was heard. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the ground inside and outside the Sky City because of the terrifying collision. The cracks spread in all directions like a spider web. Clatter, the aftermath of the energy strength chi that filled the sky poured out in torrents, howling as it surged. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and the waves surged. Just the fluctuations alone were incomparably intense, causing solitary Sky Howl, Dongfang Qingmu, and the others to continuously retreat. Lonely Sky Howl, Yeluhan, and the others' expressions changed. This was the strength of a saint. Even they could not touch the aftermath of the collision. The void rumbled and the earth cracked. Qin Yanlong's eyes were filled with shock. Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the old monster of the Green Fox tribe, who had retreated on the side, were also surprised. Legalism, mountains, and lush green. A beautiful figure stood in the shade of the mountains. Her green dress fluttered in the wind. She had an otherworldly face, and her ethereal eyes shone like stars. Then, a beautiful figure flashed out and streaked across the sky. Her green robe fluttered in the wind, and her long black hair fluttered behind her head. She was as otherworldly as an immortal, extraordinary and proud of the world. In the void outside Sky City, Du Xiaofu abruptly raised his head as the spear neared, a ripple in his calm eyes. Above the void, energy fluctuations swept out and dispersed, and a dazzling purple lightning spread out. As a tall and straight figure appeared in the sky, the dazzling lightning armor was filled with lightning, and there was a misty air lingering around it. This figure traversed the void. The figure was wrapped in lightning and stood upright. He held a lightning spear in his hand. His hair fluttered and the sound of dragons and snakes could be faintly heard. Chi la la, as the 9 figures landed behind Du Tingxian, lightning filled the air. It was Elder Lei and the 8 powerful puppets. Thunder Warlord Du Tingxian. Someone in the legalism group exclaimed. Did he break through? Du Xiaofu smiled. The divine lightning armor and divine lightning spear were both here. His alcoholic father was also here. With his sharp primordial spirit, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to detect that his drunkard father's aura was at the holy martial realm. Its third uncle. Third uncle is here. Tingxian is out. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Gui, Du Hao, and some other experts of the Du family were pleasantly surprised. The one who had just blocked Qin Yunlong's attack was Du Tingxian, the sovereign of the Du family. You've also broken through to the holy martial realm? Qin Yunlong's eyes couldn't help but fluctuate violently as he gazed at the figure that was enveloped by lightning. The fluctuation of the Saint Martial Realm's aura that was practically undisguised announced that the person he'd once regarded as an ant and was utterly unworthy of marrying a descendant of the school of legalism had stepped foot into the Saint Martial Realm just like him. Not bad, I've reached the holy martial realm. Du Tingxian looked at Qin Yunlong and said. His voice was like thunder, making the experts present shudder with fear. Holy martial realm. Third uncle has broken through to the holy martial realm. Holy martial realm, our barren country has another saint. Boom. The entire place was shaken, and the barren country's army felt their blood boil. It was the Rock Emperor's father, Du Tingxian, the Thunder War King, who had also stepped into the holy martial realm. In the current world, there were many legends about the Thunder War King. Back then, his cultivation had been sealed, but he had destroyed himself and entered the space of the deity plane to recultivate. After going through many hardships, he had been reborn and become a great sovereign. Now, he had stepped into the holy martial realm and joined the ranks of the experts of the current era. 4 holy martial realm, 4 holy martial realm experts. The barren country's army was in an uproar and their blood boiled. 4 holy martial realm experts, how terrifying was that? Holy martial realm, our Du family will prosper. Our ancestors, bless our Du family. Some of the elders accompanying the Du family were so excited that tears streamed down their faces, and they cried tears of joy. Compared to little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao, this was a real holy martial realm expert from the Du family, who was the top existence in the current era. From now on, the Du family would become a real big family in the current era. They had come from a small border town like Stone City, and now they were sweeping away legalism. All of this was because of their ancestors, and the Du family would prosper. With a holy martial realm expert, legalism is in big trouble. The old monster Green Fox's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but sigh for legalism. With another holy martial realm expert here, legalism would be completely defeated today. Deep in his heart, the old monster Green Fox couldn't help but tremble. If he joined the Heavenly Beast Hall, not to mention having a supreme expert like Master Fire Lightning as a deterrence, in the future, even without Master Fire Lightning, there would still be the Redbone Horse Monkey, Little Demon Du, Yilong, Du Tingxian, and other terrifying youth. If he had any second thoughts, his fate could be imagined. Qin Yanlong's eyes twitched. Du Tingxian had stepped into the holy martial realm, and now there were 4 holy martial realm experts. It was really difficult for him to deal with them. Qin Yanlong knew that Yilong, Redbone Horse Monkey, and Du Tingxian were all terrifying masters. As soon as Du Tingxian finished speaking, he went to Du Xiaofu's side. The lightning in his eyes dissipated, and he looked at Du Xiaofu, sizing him up. The father and son looked at each other, and they both smiled. When Yu and Xiaojing were born, heavenly thunder struck the world, and there was a vision of heaven and earth. It was the sign of the birth of gods and the holy martial realm. Therefore, I knew that my son wouldn't die so easily. Du Tingxian was the first to speak. Looking at Du Xiaofu in front of him, a smile appeared on his handsome face. Then, he glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, "But it would be inappropriate if I didn't come to pick up your mother. Fortunately, I made it in time. I even shaved and changed my clothes." Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly, looked at his drunkard father, and said, "I don't think mother will dislike you. Don't be too nervous." Chapter 2185. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Du Tingxian smiled sheepishly. Hearing the conversation between the father and son, many people in the desolate country raised their eyebrows. The Demon King and his son got along quite well. However, when Qin Yanlong saw this scene, His eyes twitched fiercely when he saw how calm the father and son were, as if they didn't care about him at all. Well, everything started because of you two. Since everyone is here today, let's settle it once and for all. Qin Yunlong's voice was cold, and the murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. This old thing is still so arrogant. Little Xingxing couldn't stand it anymore and waved her little fists. She had wanted to beat this old thing for a long time. You don't seem to be enough. Ask the person behind you to come out. Du Tingxian raised his head and said to Qin Yunlong. Then, he looked at Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the old monster green fox. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, There are huge differences between the Saint Realm. There's another old guy who came out of the eternal tomb. He's very strong, but he should still be recovering. If we work together, we might have a chance. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly. His drunkard father was naturally talking about Qin Tiangu, the ancient expert who came out of the eternal tomb in legalism. According to Master Huolei, the Saint Realm was divided into the early, middle, late, peak, and last, the heavenly Saint Realm. Qin Tiangu's cultivation was originally at the late Saint Realm, but no one knew how much he had recovered during this time. Boom! At this moment, a vast wave of energy swept through the entire sky city, shaking the heavens. In an instant, from the depths of the void, there was a monstrous light, accompanied by a strange phenomenon. It was as if stars were falling from the sky, and countless shadows of ancient ferocious beasts were reflected. The wave spread as if the 9 heavens were about to collapse. It's too strong. Such a wave of energy made Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the old monster green fox tremble in fear. The wave of energy was too strong, and the strange phenomenon in the sky. Bright light bloomed, containing a powerful force. It's unstoppable. Under such a wave of energy, some of the weaker creatures present immediately, and their divine souls, trembled, and they didn't dare to raise their heads. The demonic beasts whispered and groveling. Even cultivators like the Nether Demon and Dugu Fenshin were barely able to resist the spreading pressure. The void, a dazzling light sky, the shadow of the ancient ferocious beasts and ferocious beasts, the ancient ferocious beasts, the ancient ferocious beasts, our ancestor, the ancestor, the ancestor. Du Tingxian stared at the figure in the void with a serious expression. Feeling the vast aura, Du Tingxian felt that it was much stronger than he had imagined. The ancient expert of legalism was too powerful. Even though Du Tingxian had stepped into the Saint Realm, he still felt a sense of vastness when facing him. The green fox demon's expression also changed, but he wasn't too worried. He knew that the demon king, Du Xiaofu, had also arranged a trump card. Little Star and Du Xiaoyao only glanced at Qin Tiangu, the ancient ancestor of legalism. They weren't worried at all. Huolei was also there. A late-stage Saint Realm expert isn't invincible, Du Xiaofu said to Du Tingxian. Qin Tiangu's appearance was also within his expectations. Sizzle, as Du Xiaofu spoke, the void above suddenly changed. A red and blue flame arc descended, resonating with heaven and earth. The aura was desolate and destructive. The red and blue flame arc fluctuated, and a chubby figure appeared in the void. The red and blue lightning arc around him covered half of the sky. There were silent flashes of lightning and roars of thunder all around. However, the silence made it even more terrifying and shocking. The figure's eyes seemed to contain 2 seas of red and blue lightning. He stood in the void, looking down on everything. He was ancient and destructive, which made people tremble in fear. It's that senior. In the barren country, only Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, and a few others knew Huolei. Back in the Eternal Tomb, they were the only ones who had entered the barren country. Seeing Huolei's figure, Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, and the others were relieved. No wonder Little Star, Du Xiaoyao, and the others came with confidence. It turned out that Huolei was accompanying them. Huolei, why do you have to interfere in this matter? On the city in the sky, Legalism's godlike figure was the first to speak. His aura fluctuated slowly. This part of the world was also moving because of him. This was an ancient powerhouse. In the ancient world where supreme geniuses roamed freely, he was also one of the strongest. He was a terrifying existence. He had guarded the evil spirits in the eternal tomb for countless years. Now that he had returned to the world, it was shocking. This ancient powerhouse was too powerful. No one in the world could compare to him. Qin Tiangu only spoke, but the invisible pressure in his voice made people's souls tremble. Qin Tiangu, you know the origin of the Du family's lightning vein. I can't just stand by and watch. Huolezi spoke. The red and blue flame arc fluctuated around him. The silent thunder and lightning shook the sky. Not many people knew about Huolezi's origin. However, when they felt the vast aura, they knew that he was a terrifying powerhouse on the same level as legalism's ancestor. Huolezi, before the great calamity, you can't even protect yourself. Why do you have to do this? Qin Tiangu spoke. His eyes were like stars, and his voice echoed through the world. The light around him became brighter and brighter. Mysterious symbols interweave. The ancient vicious bird and beast shadows moved ferociously. They covered the sky and were extremely majestic. This kind of invisible power filled the world. It shook the world and made all living things tremble. It seems like you want to fight. Why waste your breath? As you wish, let me see how much you've recovered. As Huolezi's voice echoed, the red and blue flame arc around him began to burn. The invisible thunder and lightning became even more intense. Streaks of resplendent lightning arcs condensed into thunder and silently shuttled through the sky. It made people's hair stand on end and their hairs stand on end. Huolezi, you were born in this world, but you didn't know that there was transcendence outside of this world. Why do you have to make such a mistake? With the great calamity before you, perhaps my legalism can help you find a way to transcend. Qin Tiangu's aura rose again and shook the 9 heavens. The earth trembled and the mountains shook. Cracks spread out and the mountains in the distance collapsed. This kind of aura was too terrifying. It surpassed the imagination of all living things. Chapter 2186. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. These ancient era experts were so terrifying. If there is transcendence beyond this world, then why did legalism have to descend in the first place? Don't forget, who dares to be impudent when that person was still alive? Huolezi spoke. His voice was like thunder shaking the world. The ancient and destructive pressure seemed to make the entire Sky City collapse. Ka, inside the Sky City, the ground cracked and cracks appeared on the walls. The scene was terrifying and made people feel uneasy. Too strong, I can't fight back. My head feels like it's going to explode. How can he be so strong? These two ancient experts were facing each other in the air. The invisible pressure enveloped the disciples of legalism and the desolate country's army, making them feel terrified. Many people had already collapsed to the ground. Some demonic beasts had also been forced out of their bodies and crawled towards the sky. Qin Tiangu stared at Huolezi. His star-like eyes flashed and the shadows of ferocious beasts flickered in the air. This is just a small matter. Why do you and I have to interfere? Otherwise, I'm afraid we will have to bear the karma and harm ourselves. Then, Qin Tiangu said such a sentence. There was a hint of warning in his words. At their level, once they really made a move, it would be difficult for the living beings present to escape. He was warning Huolezi that if he made a move against the desolate country's people, he could destroy them all. Since it's a small matter, let them solve it themselves. It's best if they don't harm themselves, but if they do, then it's the will of the heavens. Huolezi replied. His body burned with blue flames. Lightning flashed in the air, and his aura shook the 9 heavens. Huolezi's words and aura were a warning. If he made a move, he could also destroy legalism. Good. Let them settle it themselves. If there's a cause, there's an effect. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Qin Tiangu said such a sentence. The aura on his body slowly retracted and the vision faded. Then, his original body was revealed. His face was slightly curved. He was a middle-aged man. At this moment, Qin Tiangu was standing quietly in the air. There was no aura coming from his body. But even though he was standing there quietly, there was still a great aura coming from him. Only the stronger one was, the more they could feel it. Du Xiaofu was a little surprised. Was this the ancestor of legalism, Qin Tiangu? He actually looked quite young. However, Du Xiaofu knew that it was impossible to tell a cultivator's age from their appearance. Only the life force in their body could tell. Although Qin Tiangu looked young, it was not difficult to tell that he was an ancient expert. Qin Tiangu appeared, and his eyes fell on Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu. His eyes were calm, without any ripples. However, it was precisely such a gaze that caused Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit to tremble fiercely for no reason. It was as if he was about to be seen through with a single glance. Then let's end this karma today. As Huolaizi's voice fell, the blue flames in the sky disappeared. Huolaizi walked out, and an invisible wave fell on Du Xiaofu's body. The feeling in Du Xiaofu's Yuan spirit suddenly disappeared. End this karma, child. Everything started because of you, so let's end it for you. Qin Tiangu looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were as calm as water, without any ripples. Then, he looked at Qin Yunlong and said, Everything started because of you, so let's end it for you. Yes. Qin Yunlong nodded with a look of awe and respect. However, there was a sneer at the corner of his eyes. What? This is too much of a bully. He's clearly bullying the young. Let's fight if you dare. Who's afraid of who? Hearing Qin Tiangu's words, Zhen Qinchun, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Che Gui, and the others immediately cursed inwardly. This was clearly bullying the young. Qin Yunlong was an expert of the legalism saint realm. He had been in the saint realm for many years and was getting stronger and stronger. Du Xiaofu, on the other hand, had yet to reveal his true strength. However, Zhen Qinchun, Du Yunlong, and the others secretly felt that Du Xiaofu's aura was not the same as that of Little Star, Du Xiaoyao, the old monster green fox, and Du Tingxian. The aura of a saint realm cultivator was different from others. It carried the might of a saint. Therefore, they guessed that Du Xiaofu most likely had not set foot in the saint realm. There was an insurmountable gap between a cultivator below the saint realm and a real saint realm cultivator. Even though Zhen Qinchun, Du Yunlong, and the others knew that Du Xiaofu was extraordinary, they did not dare to think that the gap could be crossed. The school of legalism had clearly come prepared. Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, and the others secretly changed their expressions. Among the people present, only Little Star, Du Xiaoyao, the old monster green fox, Dugu Fenshin, and Yelu Han did not care at all. Instead, they secretly smiled maliciously. Du Tingshuan's eyes darkened. He also felt that Du Xiaofu's aura had not set foot in the saint realm. In the eternal tomb, Du Xiaofu failed to break through to the saint realm. Du Tingxian knew the consequences. If he failed to break through to the saint realm, it would be even more difficult to break through again. Qin Tiangu did not care about the words around him at all. He then looked at Du Xiaofu again and said calmly, Child, you have the bloodline of legalism. In the end, the cause and effect have been formed. Naturally, you should understand. The one who tied the bell should untie it. No matter who wins or loses, all grievances should be resolved in the battle between the two of you. Du Tingxian raised his head and looked at Qin Tiangu. All of this happened because of me. Naturally, I should solve it. Although you are also the one who tied the bell, the grievances are not with you, but with that child. You can't replace him. Qin Tiangu looked at Du Tingxian and said. His expression was calm, as if everything should be as he said. Hearing this, Du Tingxian lowered his eyes and looked at Du Xiaofu beside him. Just as he was about to say something, Du Xiaofu stopped him. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Tiangu and said, "What about my mother and sister?" Qin Tiangu said. He looked at Du Xiaofu meaningfully with his calm eyes and said, "We are a family, connected by blood. No matter who wins or loses, all grievances are gone. Child, if you win, the school of legalism will no longer stop your mother and father from marrying. If you lose, the door of legalism will always be open for you and your father." Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Tiangu. From what Huolei said, Qin Tiangu was definitely not a mysterious person. Qin Tiangu's words were so beautiful. It was as if an elder had come out to resolve a conflict between the younger generation. However, Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that there were not many good people in legalism. If Qin Tiangu was really so kind, why did he have to oppress people as soon as he appeared? If it was not for Huolei's intimidation, he would not have done so. If Qin Tiangu was really so kind, he would not have asked him to fight that old man Qin Yunlong even though he knew that he had not stepped into the saint realm. Finally, I finished posting before 12 o'clock. I made up for yesterday's missing chapter. Continue writing, continue writing. I will add a chapter tomorrow to compensate for yesterday's delay. Don't hit me. Chapter 2187. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Huolei's round face was a little surprised. Only now did he understand the grudge between Du Xiaofu and legalism. He didn't expect that this guy and legalism were actually family. No wonder he felt the aura of legalism in Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace. The outcome of your battle will be decided by yourself. No one can interfere, and no one can borrow external power. Qin Tiangu continued. He was obviously talking about Huolei. Whoever interferes is an old turtle bastard. Huolei said directly to Qin Tiangu. How could he not know that Qin Tiangu was talking to him? As for the battle between Du Xiaofu and Qin Yunlong, how could Huolei be worried? It wasn't like he didn't know Du Xiaofu's true strength. When the time came, the old bastard would cry. Did he really think that kid was easy to bully? Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Tiangu. This old guy really didn't have good intentions. He was afraid that Huolei would lose. Usually, you rely on power that doesn't belong to you to do whatever you want. You don't have any respect for your elders. Today, without power that belongs to you, you don't dare to fight? Qin Yunlong said coldly when he saw Du Xiaofu's hesitant expression. He thought that Du Xiaofu didn't dare to fight with him. Back in the Eternal Tomb, relying on Huolei's power, the five of them didn't have any advantage. Now, in his opinion, without Huolei, that kid was nothing. As long as that kid dared to fight, he could directly solve this problem. This old guy is really shameless. Don't you know how old you are? How many years have you cultivated? How many years has the Rock Emperor cultivated? That old thing is really shameless. Using numbers to bully the weak and still saying nice words? Shameless. Hearing Qin Yunlong's provocative words, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Hao, Phantom Tiger King, and the others were furious. They had never seen such a shameless old thing. If that's the case, then let's settle this with a battle. I'll accompany you. Looking at Qin Tiangu, Du Xiaofu's clear eyes rippled. Then, he fixed his gaze on Qin Yunlong's old face and smiled coldly. His voice reverberated in all directions as he said indifferently, "With your years of cultivation, I won't find you shameless if you fight with me. I'm just worried that I might accidentally crush your old bones." Ha ha! Hearing this, the desolate country's army burst into laughter. You will pay the price for disrespecting your elders. Qin Yunlong's face was ice cold when he heard that. Even now, that brat was still looking down on him. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yanlong strode forward and stepped into the air. A vast aura shot up into the sky and spread across the void. Boom! The void trembled. With Qin Yunlong as the center, a dazzling light shone. Celestial qi spread out from his body and formed a huge energy storm. This energy storm was completely condensed from celestial qi. It even carried the faint sound of lightning and thunder, which made people tremble. Countless eyes trembled. Just the celestial qi in the body of a Saint Realm cultivator could create such a terrifying aura. How vast and majestic was that? Little bastard, without external help, you are nothing. How can a firefly compete with the moon? Qin Yunlong shouted loudly, shaking the surroundings. The surging celestial qi, accompanied by the Saint Realm aura, constantly distorted the void and enveloped the entire sky. Just this endless power of distorting the void was enough to tear a venerable realm cultivator to shreds. Du Xiaofu stood in the void, his clothes fluttering and his black hair flying behind him. However, no matter how the void distorted and collapsed, the space around Du Xiaofu remained motionless, and his body was as steady as a rock. However, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Qin Yunlong in front of him. The celestial qi in his body had such a vast fluctuation. Judging from his aura, Qin Yunlong had recovered more quickly than the old monster green fox. Legalism was indeed worthy of its reputation. It had an absolute foundation, which other forces and rogue cultivators could not compare with. However, Du Xiaofu was not afraid at all. Although he had not broken through to the Saint Realm, Du Xiaofu knew his advantages from the battle with the old monster green fox. He also had trump cards such as the immortal Xian body, the rock's golden wings, and the cyan spirit armor. Without external help, I can still beat you like a dog. Have you forgotten that you ran away like a stray dog in the heavenly devil battlefield? As Du Xiaofu spoke, he slowly walked into the air and faced Qin Yunlong from a distance. This was the real battlefield. Once the battle started below, Qin Yunlong was afraid that the disciples of legalism in the Sky City would be affected. Du Xiaofu was also afraid that the desolate country's army would be affected. Qin Yunlong's eyes twitched fiercely when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. This was Qin Yunlong's scar. Now that Du Xiaofu had exposed it, the coldness in his eyes gushed out uncontrollably. Back in the heavenly devil battlefield, his cultivation had been suppressed and he could only use his physical strength. He had been trampled on. This was his pain. Now that his scar was exposed in public, it was tantamount to slapping him in the face. You're about to die, but you're still trying to talk nonsense. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some talent. There are some heights that you can never reach. You'll know the difference soon. Qin Yunlong said coldly. He could sense that Du Xiaofu had not broken through to the Saint Realm. Back then, he had failed to break through in the Eternal Tomb. It would be even more difficult for him to break through in the future. Looking at the young man in front of him, Qin Yunlong had no intention of letting him go. Legalism's meridians had been dug out. A large number of legalism's supreme talents had been killed by his father and son. External forces had been uprooted. Li Chunfa and Qin Tianshi, the two most likely experts to break through to the Saint Realm, had only left behind a primordial spirit while the other had been killed. He could not let go of such a big problem. This kid had actually agreed to fight. This was an opportunity. Looking at Qin Yunlong, the killing intent hidden in his eyes could not escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. Du Xiaofu also felt a chill in his heart toward legalism. The grudge between him and legalism had long been too deep to be resolved. He had been humiliated and oppressed time and time again by legalism. When he was tricked into legalism, he was treated like an ant. He had been humiliated, deceived, oppressed, and finally had his heart dug out. He had almost died at the hands of legalism several times. All the misery and humiliation he had suffered in the outside world could not be compared to what he had suffered in legalism. I'm afraid you don't have the strength to do so. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Yunlong, no longer concealing the coldness in his eyes. Anyway, he did not need to be polite to this old man. In this battle, Du Xiaofu was not so naive as to think that legalism only wanted to determine the winner. Boom! Du Xiaofu's body began to surge with golden light. His aura surged, and golden runes flickered in the depths of his clear eyes. Chapter 2188. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. In an instant, the entire void became tense. Two figures, one old and one young, floated in the air, filling the air with a murderous aura. Do you think the Rock Emperor can win? Looking at the familiar domineering figure in the sky, some people in the desolate country's army were nervous. The Rock Emperor was invincible and could easily defeat his peers. Even the older generation could hardly match him. However, Qin Yanlong was a Saint Realm expert, so they couldn't help but feel nervous. The Rock Emperor will definitely win. I've never seen the Rock Emperor lose before. Someone said this, but in the depths of his eyes, there was also a solemn and nervous look. That kid is courting death. I wonder how that kid will die later. At this moment, in Sky City, the legalism disciples looked up at the sky and sneered. How could that kid Du Xiaofu be a match for the divine ancestor? He was simply courting death. Only the old monster Green Fox, Yeluhan, Dugufenshin, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao looked calm and even secretly smiled. The corners of the mouth of the old Green Fox demon, who had a wretched face, curled up slightly, revealing a malicious smile. He prayed for Qin Yanlong in his heart. On the other hand, Master Flames Park and Qin Tiangu floated in the air and looked at the sky. Their eyes were calm, without any fluctuations. While everyone was talking, Qin Yanlong snorted and didn't say anything else. As the void trembled, he directly attacked Du Xiaofu. Boom! Golden light erupted as an incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly swept out. The golden wings of the Great Rock and the Azure Spirit armor were directly deployed at the same time, carrying the tyrannical will of the golden-winged Great Rock race. Du Xiaofu also directly collided with the attack. The two figures were too fast. Light burst out, and in the sky, it was like two comets colliding. Suddenly, a bright light exploded in the depths of the void, and a muffled sound like thunder exploded. Boom! A muffled boom rang out like thunder, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Sky City, both inside and outside, began to shake violently. High up in the sky, the fluctuation of energy was extremely violent. It was vast like an ocean that whistled through the sky, and it shook the heart and soul while divine radiance surged throughout space. Such a collision was too terrifying. The distant void was also collapsing. Due to the chaos in the sky, cultivators below the Saint Realm could not see clearly at all. Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, Dongfang Qingmu, and the others all trembled inwardly. They hadn't stepped into the Saint Realm, so they didn't dare to touch such a collision. After several breaths of time, the void calmed down a little. The light faded and was annihilated in the void fluctuations. Then, two resplendent figures appeared and faced each other from a distance. A figure was entrenched like the brightest star. It was dazzling and emitted a type of great power. It made one's mind tremble just by looking at it. A tall and straight figure covered in golden feathered armor appeared. The golden wings of the great Ping spread out behind his back. His entire being was like a great Ping in human form. He wanted to soar into the sky and soar into the sky. The golden wings of the great Ping and the golden feathered armor were natural and perfect. The magnificent armor and the domineering golden wings of the great Ping made him look even more majestic and domineering, just like a god of war. When the two figures appeared, they looked at Du Xiaofu. Qin Tiangu's calm eyes also surged with a hint of fluctuation. However, he quickly restrained himself and didn't reveal any trace of fluctuation. Du Tingxian looked at the void. His figure was tall and straight. His armor and the long spear in his hand were rippling with electric arcs. However, the two figures in the depths of the void were a little silent at this moment. Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. He had used all his strength in one move. Qin Yanlong was indeed much stronger than the old green fox monster. At this moment, Qin Yanlong's heart seemed to be in turmoil. He had been recovering and making rapid progress recently. Compared to when he was in the tomb of eternity, he couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. That kid hadn't broken through to the saint realm yet, but he had used all his strength just now. He wanted to kill his opponent with a thunderous force. However, Qin Yanlong couldn't accept the result at this moment. That kid had withstood it completely. He was only at a slight disadvantage. Instead, the impact had made the blood in his body surge. He had been in the saint realm for so long. Not only was he unable to kill a cultivator below the saint realm with all his strength, he didn't even have the upper hand. How could Qin Yanlong accept this? In his mind, he should have killed that kid with a single blow. After the collision of the two figures, the entire Sky City fell silent. Everyone held their breath. The vast fluctuation made those who were not strong enough feel weak. However, many people could feel that after the collision, although the two figures seemed to be silent, their auras were rising at the same time. They became more and more vast, powerful, and domineering. Rumble! When the auras were rising, purple electric arcs poured down from the void around Du Xiaofu like a waterfall. They emitted a brilliant purple light. Lightning runes fluctuated and illuminated the surroundings. Du Xiaofu directly activated the Thunder Martial Vein. The green spirit armor on his body was covered with purple electric arcs and turned into a purple-gold color. With his body as the center, the wind and clouds surged. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless purple electric arcs filled the sky. The Thunder Martial Vein's murderous aura spread. It didn't have a murderous aura, but it showed the majesty of creation and the righteousness of heaven and earth. Rumble, this terrifying aura of thunder and lightning could be vast and mighty. It could punish all living beings and make them tremble in fear. Such a terrifying aura made Du Xiaofu look like a thunder rock descending to the world, looking down on the world. Under the Thunder Martial Vein, all living beings were trembling in fear. Thunder Martial Vein. When the Thunder Martial Vein appeared on Du Xiaofu's body, Qin Tiangu's calm eyes couldn't help but fluctuate. There was a meaningful look in his eyes. Rumble, the sound of the heavens didn't stop, and a divine ring appeared in the sky. An impressive pressure filled the world, causing one's heart to beat faster. The sound of the heavens was like a heavy hammer in one's heart. At the same time, Du Xiaofu also activated the boundless nirvana force. Against an existence like Qin Yanlong, Du Xiaofu wasn't willing to be the slightest bit careless. Boom! Qin Yanlong's eyes were like the sun and moon. With his body as the center, the aura on his body rose to the peak in an instant. He didn't hold back at all. Sensing the unrestrained aura on Qin Yanlong's body, Huolei secretly frowned. That aura was almost at the early stage of the Saint Martial realm. Brat, you still can't change the result. Qin Yanlong attacked again. His palm was crystal clear and carried a purple aura. The aura was vast and terrifying. Along with this palm strike, Qin Yanlong's divine might was also impressive. Under the pressure of that aura, all living beings trembled in fear and respect. Chapter 2189. This is my legalism's saint-grade martial technique, Heaven and Earth Palm. It's enough to suppress everything. Some legalism experts trembled in excitement. Qin Yanlong was using the legalism's saint-grade martial technique. Among them, it was difficult to find someone who had the qualifications and talent to successfully cultivate it. Roar! While the roars of dragons, tigers, birds and tortoises were heard, Du Xiaofu's palm became gorgeous. His aura was overbearing to the extreme. He struck out with his palm, and the palm print that was expanding with the wind suddenly exploded with an unparalleled overbearing force. The two figures were like lightning, and the two palm prints collided in an instant. Roar! The void was dazzling, and violent energy was released. The azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, black tortoise and black tortoise appeared faintly, suppressing all living things. The tiger roared, the birds roared, and the tortoise cried. The pressure caused the heaven and earth to boil, and all the beasts were frightened and trembled. There was also a collapse of the grand momentum, and the heaven and earth appeared in the void, illuminating the firmament. The two palm prints collided, and a terrifying energy burst out, devouring each other, and a dazzling light bloomed. The surrounding void collapsed, and a deep dark light swallowed the four beasts. Such a scene would make anyone who saw it feel their hair stand on end. "Die, brat!" Qin Yanlong shouted angrily, and his figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. He condensed a flood dragon and rushed out. The dragon's aura was fierce, and it swept across the firmament. "You're not enough," Du Xiaofu shouted. He flapped his golden rock wings, and lightning runes intertwined as he raised his hand. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in midair, and countless thunderbolts gathered in the sky. He clenched his fist, and the fist was covered with the thunder martial vein. Dazzling thunderbolts gathered and wrapped around his arm, looking disdainful and destructive. Roar! Du Xiaofu punched out, and the overbearing fist wei contained the thunder martial vein. With the roar of dragons and elephants, it was as if it could explode the heaven and earth. It directly hit the flood dragon's shadow. Boom! Suddenly, the fierce flood dragon's shadow collapsed inch by inch, and was annihilated in the void. Qin Yunlong's finger imprint instantly swept over. He was much stronger than he was a few months ago. His speed, strength and attack had all increased. However, Du Xiaofu was also getting stronger. Although he still hadn't stepped into the Saint Realm, his invisible combat strength was absolutely incomparable. It was also increasing exponentially. Immediately, the energy in the sky fluctuated violently. A divine ancestor of legalism, one of the most powerful experts in the world. A demon king, an invincible existence among his peers. When these two people fought fiercely, they were as fast as lightning. They were like ping-ping striking through the sky and gods descending into the world. They were swift, violent and vast and shook all directions. Boom! The two of them were exchanging blows at high speeds. Every single time they clashed, the void would shatter before it would recover. In an instant, the two of them had already exchanged over 10 moves, and all of them were inconceivably swift, fierce, swift, and clean. Those who were not strong enough could only see the illusory figure flying in the distance. However, their hearts were still shaken, and they were fascinated. The Saint Realm was high and mighty. It was far beyond the immortal realm and the domain realm. Their invisible power was enough to control everything. However, Du Xiaofu was an exception. He had transcended this shackle. The Dapeng golden wings coupled with the wave-treading carefree steps allowed Du Xiaofu's speed to not be suppressed by Qin Yunlong. With the cyan spirit armor coupled with the immortal Xian body, Du Xiaofu's physical body was enough to contend with a Saint Beast realm demonic beast. He even had the advantage. Fight! Roar! Du Xiaofu shouted loudly and domineeringly. The star-shattering fist and the Pegasus meteor punch were constantly blasted out. The aura was fierce and fierce. Qin Yunlong's momentum was unparalleled. His light filled the sky, and his saintly aura was awe-inspiring. There was a mysterious force surrounding Qin Yunlong's body. It was like an ancient talisman that resonated with heaven and earth. This was the embodiment of a Saint Realm cultivator. It was the terrifying part of a Saint Realm expert. This kind of collision and killing continued, causing endless energy ripples to erupt. There were endless beast shadows in the void. Talismans intertwined and shook the world. Rock Emperor, you must win. The army of the desolate country prayed and looked forward to it. They clenched their weapons and fists tightly. The experts of legalism and the old man looked into the depths of the void. They were also very shocked. Although they hated Du Xiaofu to the core and wanted to grind his bones and scatter his ashes, at this moment, they had to admit that this kid was definitely a terrifying supreme being. At this moment, the Lord of Legalism, who was held in the hand of Zhen Qinchun, had a gloomy look. He looked at the shocking battle in the void, and had to admit that Du Xiaofu was a genius. He had not even set foot in the Saint Realm, but he was able to fight Qin Yunlong to such an extent. Once he set foot in the Saint Realm, how terrifying would he be? A thought flashed through the mind of the Lord of Legalism. If the Legalism had made a different choice back then, leaving the father and son who were supposed to be his son-in-law and grandson in the Legalism, how powerful would the Legalism be today? However, this thought only flashed through the Lord of Legalism's mind. He knew very well that the father and son were now a great threat to the Legalism. They could only be eliminated. I have to admit that you have exceeded my expectations. You have not set foot in the Saint Realm, but you are comparable to a Saint Realm expert. Unfortunately, you have not set foot in the Saint Realm. In the void, the attacks in the offensive temporarily stop. Qin Yunlong's body was surrounded by a monstrous light. Endless spatial waves swept out and dyed the sky resplendent. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the entire void was distorted, and the strange phenomenon changed. In an instant, this corner of the sky, with Sky City as the center, trembled. The earth shook and the mountains swayed. Divine birds flapped their wings and ferocious beasts roared in the void. The sun, moon, and stars rotated, and mountains and lakes appeared. This was a world that was evolving. The scene was terrifying. At this moment, Qin Yunlong was in the sky. His eyes were dazzling but cold and ruthless. Endless ancient runes spread out from under his feet. It's too powerful. This is the force of law of legalism. The expressions of the nether demon, Dongfang Qingmu, and the others changed. They did not expect Qin Yunlong to use the force of law. With such power, even cultivators below the Saint Realm would be crushed by the impact. At this moment, the old monster Green Fox looked up at Qin Yunlong and frowned. The old monster Green Fox could see that if he were to fight Qin Yunlong alone, he would not be able to defeat him. Rumble, the force of law was unparalleled. Qin Yunlong stood in the void and evolved a world as if he were the master of this world. The terrifying force of law greatly suppressed Du Xiaofu. The fluctuations were like a sledgehammer that constantly pounded on his vital spirit and heart. The green spirit armor and the golden rock wings on his back began to dim. However, the purple gold light in Du Xiaofu's eyes and the thunder martial vein in his body did not change. The light in his eyes became sharper. "Let's end this," Qin Yunlong said coldly. The world around him suddenly trembled. Howl! Rumble! In an instant, divine birds spread their wings, ferocious beasts roared, stars fell, mountains and rivers collapsed. All of them enveloped Du Xiaofu, trying to crush Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked up. His expression did not change. He formed a hand seal and flapped his golden rock wings. Golden light filled the sky and directly soared into the sky. The light on his body seemed to be injected with a new kind of energy in an instant and directly exploded. Chapter 2190. In an instant, purple electric arcs and golden rays rose like the sun, intertwining with each other. In the next moment, a huge purple-gold thunder rock shadow that covered half of the sky rushed out and enveloped Du Xiaofu. The two seemed to have merged into one and were about to soar. Screech! The purple-gold thunder rock screeched and shot out purple-gold electric arcs from its eyes. It was like two suns illuminating the sky and overlooking the world. Its ferocious aura spread and caused the entire space to tremble. This was the combination of Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock race's beast energy and the thunder martial vein. It was a tyrannical execution. Rumble! Qin Yanlong collapsed and brought along the world. The sky shook and the earth shook. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread in the sky and shrouded Du Xiaofu. Screech! Screech! The purple-gold thunder rock spread its wings and swept across with its mighty and domineering aura. Its entire body was covered with dense purple-gold electric arcs that converged into huge purple-gold thunderbolt. At this moment, 36 beams of purple-gold light shot out from the wings of the thunder rock that almost covered half of the sky. Those were the 36 feathers of the true rock. The energy swept out like a raging tide and shattered the space. There was also the supreme nirvana power shrouding the area. The heavenly music was endless and the light was dazzling. The great rock struck the 9 heavens and broke the sky. Wherever the purple-gold thunder rock passed, everything was destroyed. Bang, 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 bang in the sky, the rock spread its wings and the purple thunderbolts collapsed. Many mountains and rivers were crushed, ferocious beasts were shattered, and stars were destroyed. This was not the first time Du Xiaofu had faced Qin Yanlong's Dharma power. He knew how powerful it was and did not dare to be careless. Humph! Qin Yanlong snorted. His body was covered with dazzling talisman runes. That was his martial vein, which also contained a powerful force. Boom! In an instant, the Dharma power in this part of the sky became even stronger. It squeezed the sky and the earth roared. Moo! At the same time, a gigantic phantom of a demonic beast appeared before Qin Yanlong. It was shaped like a bull and its head was white. It only had one vertical eye at the center of its brows, and it had a snake tail. Such a strange beast was like a living creature, roaring like thunder. The power of this strange beast was even more terrifying. It was as if it was rushing down from the 9 heavens towards the purple-gold thunder rock. Qin Yanlong activated his meridian soul. At his level, his meridian soul had already transformed into a true spirit, which was equivalent to a living being. Back in the tomb of eternity, Qin Yanlong had resisted the urge to activate his meridian spirit, even though he had wanted to kill Du Xiaofu to the extreme. As for Su Sanyan and the others, they seemed to be fighting with their lives on the line. However, all of them still had a little bit of strength left to protect themselves. After all, at their level, no one wanted to lose themselves due to an accident. It's actually Hui. Mo Tianxiao, who had already retreated to the warship, stared at the enormous beast in the sky, his green eyes trembling fiercely. Qin Yanlong's meridian soul was actually such a demonic beast. The Hui is like a bull with a white head, one eye and a snake tail. Its body seems harmless, but when it dries up, its stem is fierce, and when it sees it, it will cause a great plague. Zhen Qingquan's expression changed as he revealed the Hui's origin. The Hui was a ferocious beast that only existed in ancient times. It had long disappeared. It was said that when the Hui entered water, the water source would dry up immediately. When it entered grass, the grass would wither immediately. It was known as a disaster beast, which was equivalent to the god of disaster. Wherever it appeared, it would destroy everything. It was extremely terrifying. As Qin Yanlong activated his martial meridian and meridian soul, Du Xiaofu, who was already somewhat suppressed, suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. A dazzling silver-gold electric arc swept out from the purple-gold thunder rock and rushed into the sky. Boom! Boom! At this moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared, turning into thunder and lightning that blotted out the sky. The pressure was monstrous, drowning the void. The electric arc was bright and boundless, and the lightning runes were densely packed, reflecting the void. Amidst the lightning that filled the sky, a huge figure of a red-bone horse monkey rushed out. In an instant, it released a violent and destructive pressure and charged towards the Hui. Roar! Roar! The red-bone horse ape roared, and its eyes seemed to contain 2 golden suns. Silver-gold light filled the air and poured out in all directions. This was Du Xiaofu's red-bone horse-ape primordial spirit and meridian soul, which contained 5 types of spiritual thunder. Rumble, silver-gold lightning swept out and covered the sky. The red-bone horse-ape's primordial spirit and meridian soul fought against the Hui. The lightning exploded, overturning the void. Under the power of Qin Yanlong's spell, it also made the mountains and rivers lose their color, and the universe shake. Moo! However, the Hui was too powerful. At this moment, it complemented the power of the spell, and the light overflowed into the sky. Roar! Roar! The redbone horseap's body shone with golden light, and its spirit eyes looked down on the world. It was as if the world was created, and it wanted to push in all directions, overturning the universe and breaking it. Rumble! The two beast phantoms clashed more than 10 times in just a breath's time. It was incomparably fierce, and the thunder shocked the world. Silver gold, electric arc and light bloomed, like two huge comets colliding with each other, and waves rose and fell. You've used up all your means. You're an arrow at the end of its flight. You've reached the end. Qin Yanlong sneered. He could feel that Du Xiaofu was really going all out, and he had used up all his means. The divine thunder cauldron was not with this kid, and he still had some strength left. A Saint Realm cultivator was definitely not someone who could be compared to anyone below the Saint Realm. As soon as Qin Yunlong finished speaking, a mysterious aura began to surge out of his body, which was now filled with divine might. This mysterious aura resonated with the world, and mysterious runes appeared in the void, revealing wisps of Saint Realm aura, and finally integrated into the power of the spell. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the Saint Realm aura was awe-inspiring. The space of the spell began to shrink and rotate, and the aura was boundless and collapsing. The purple-gold thunder rock phantom began to be blocked, and its light began to dim, and the thunder and lightning runes were obliterated. Not long after, the huge purple-gold thunder rock phantom began to fade, and it was crushed and obliterated by the invisible power. Du Xiaofu appeared, supported by the dim light of the cyan spirit armor, the thunder martial vein, and the rock golden wings. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes began to turn solemn, and his face changed color. The void seemed to have turned into a prison, and Du Xiaofu was imprisoned in it. Du Xiaofu was no stranger to this kind of power and pressure. He had encountered it not long ago when he was fighting with the old monster Green Fox. This was unique to a Saint Realm cultivator, and it was the symbol of a Saint Realm expert. This was the power of the Saint Realm, and it could crush all living things and suppress all directions. There was a violent destructive force in this kind of pressure, and it was going to destroy everything. Rumble! At this moment, Qin Yanlong's aura was incomparably vast, and it was as if he was the master of this space. Divine birds soared into the sky, ferocious beasts roared, mountains and rivers surged, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and stars fell. They were all crushing Du Xiaofu one after another. Under this kind of pressure, creatures with low cultivation in the distance suddenly spat out blood. This kind of pressure was not targeted at them. Just the residual aura alone was enough to make them unable to resist. Then, Qin Tiangu and Huolei secretly made their move. Light surged from each of them, and they protected the disciples of legalism and the desolate country army. However, at this moment, Huolei frowned slightly. He did not expect the legalism's early-stage Saint Realm cultivator to have improved so much. He was much stronger than he had imagined. This is bad. The Rock Emperor seems to have been suppressed. The Rock Emperor is injured. On the warship, the desolate country army's eyes were solemn, and their hands that were holding their weapons and fists began to tighten. At this moment, everyone could see that the Rock Emperor seemed to have been defeated. That Saint Realm cultivator was too strong. He was not someone who could be defeated by anyone below the Saint Realm. Crack, crack, the blue spirit armor dimmed and cracked. Du Xiaofu's thunder martial vein was also suppressed. Even the golden rock wings on his back were no longer shining brightly. Qin Yunlong kept sneering, and he did not try to hide the murderous intent in his eyes. This was the power of a saint. As a Saint Realm cultivator, how could that brat be a match for him? This kind of Saint Realm power was vast and carried the weight of heaven and earth. Rumble! Qin Yunlong's body glowed, and his whole body made a sonorous sound. He crushed Du Xiaofu with this side of the world. Crack, crack, crack. The blue spirit armor on Du Xiaofu's body began to crack, and golden blood flowed out from his body. A smear of blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Du Xiaofu felt that this kind of power was obviously the same as that of the old monster Green Fox. However, Qin Yunlong was much stronger than the old monster Green Fox. Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped. The endless power of heaven and earth pressed down on him. Together with the power of the legalism spell, it wanted to destroy everything in his body. This surging power came from heaven and earth. The strong Saint Realm power suppressed all living beings in all directions. We're in big trouble. If you haven't set foot in the Saint Realm, you can't compete with a real Saint Realm cultivator. Crack. At this moment, the faces of Yi Lao, Zhen Qinchun, and the others were extremely solemn. The lightning in Du Dingshuan's eyes became more and more intense, and the hand holding the divine thunder spear in his hand secretly increased its strength. Crack, crack, the blue spirit armor on Du Xiaofu's body cracked more and more, and the look in his eyes became more solemn. However, there was no fear or retreat in Du Xiaofu's eyes. He secretly condensed a handprint, and quietly, ancient runes rippled out from his body. At this moment, with himself as the center, a void 8 trigrams diagram appeared beside Du Xiaofu. The mysterious 8 trigrams diagram connected with each other and turned into a bright divine ring, spreading out in all directions. Rumble, a vast and boundless power instantly descended and pushed away the pressure in the space of the spiritual spell force. Howl, in just a moment, the mysterious void 8 trigrams diagram spread out in all directions. On it, there were the cries of thousands of beasts, the evolution of mountains and lakes, the alternation of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, the changes of the sun, the moon, and the stars, the movement of mountains and rivers, and the flapping of the wings of the golden-winged rock. When the void 8 trigrams diagram appeared, Qin Tiangu's eyes changed again, as if he felt something. This method was too vast, and the vast power was also something Qin Tiangu had never seen before. In the strange diagram, there was even a breath that made him tremble inexplicably. That breath was just a flash, but it was enough to make him shocked and alert. Chapter 2191. Qin Yanlong's eyes were also trembling. Within the strange pattern, there was an aura that made him tremble. It was vast and boundless, descending upon his heart for no reason. On the 8 trigrams in the air, Du Xiaofu's hand seals continued to form, as if a divine spirit was in the air. The 8 trigrams in the air changed, deduced, and derived, the air around them rippled invisibly. With Du Xiaofu as the center, the 8 trigrams in the air continued to spread. Upper Kun and Lower Li, earthly fire bright break. Upper Qian and Lower Dui, heavenly Luo trigrams break. Upper Qian and Lower Li, earthly fire dual man break. As Du Xiaofu spoke, a series of complex and profound hand seals were formed. The 8 trigrams diagram underwent a myriad of transformations. Lightning and stars appeared, raging flames burned, and mountains and rivers moved. The air was collapsing, and the aura of destruction enveloped this part of the world. At this moment, Qin Yanlong's spell had a huge impact on the space. The ground inside and outside Sky City shook, and heaven and earth resonated. Above the air, energy surged, and the bright runes were like an ocean, creating raging waves. What technique is this? It can't be under legalism's spell. If they were at the same level of cultivation, Qin Yanlong would not be able to resist. Someone spoke, shocked. Everyone could feel that the technique Du Xiaofu was using was not inferior to Qin Yanlong's in terms of might and vastness. If they were at the same level, Qin Yanlong would lose without a doubt. But at this moment, Qin Yanlong was not defeated. He was not far from the middle stage of the holy martial arts realm. In addition, under the influence of the holy might, the power of the spell was so vast and majestic that it suppressed Du Xiaofu. Upper Qian and Lower Shaken, heavenly thunder break. Du Xiaofu's hand seals continued, and the 8 trigrams stirred again. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and runes crisscrossed across the world. However, Du Xiaofu's face was as pale as ash. He had expended too much energy and was also injured. Not enough. The holy martial realm is a natural barrier that you cannot cross. Qin Yanlong sneered. How could the natural moat of the Saint Plane be truly crossed? The vast power and saintly might continued to crush down. The 8 trigrams void diagram was being crushed and shrunk. The divine light was being obliterated, and the dazzling divine ring in the sky began to dim. The surrounding void was collapsing inch by inch and being annihilated. Pucci, Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of blood, and the azure spirit armor on his body cracked again. Lightning runes interwove around the red-bone horse monkey's body. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, accompanied by a vast and mighty yuan spirit pressure. However, Du Xiaofu's crimson nightmare monkey primordial spirit and bloodline soul were still being suppressed by Qin Yunlong's dermic aura and bloodline soul. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Deafening roars caused the world to rumble. Accompanied by the momentum of heaven and earth, a screen of light covered the entire sky, suppressing the scarlet nightmare monkey bloodline soul. That kid is going to lose. How could he possibly be a match for the sacred ancestor? Legalism's people began to get excited. At this moment, the divine ancestor finally had the absolute advantage and was about to suppress the demon king. A brilliant ray of light appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. The buzzing sound of wind and thunder resounded. A faint silver-gold longsword appeared in the sky. The sword's aura was sharp, and the sword's cry was like wind and thunder. In an instant, a majestic aura burst out from the longsword. Incomparably terrifying ripples spread out, causing one's soul to tremble for no reason. When they saw the long sword, many people looked at it in surprise. Although the longsword's color had changed slightly, Mo Tianxiao, Dongfang Qingmu, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Tingxian recognized it immediately. It was the treasure that everyone had seen in the square of the Tomb of Eternity. This was the Daluo sword formation. When Du Xiaofu activated it, wind and thunder resounded. Du Xiaofu's hand seals formed in an instant. Suddenly, the long sword transformed into a series of sword shadows that spread out. Qin Yanlong's expression changed. He had chased after this treasure sword before, but he had returned empty-handed. He had never thought that such a treasure would end up in this brat's hands again. Swish, 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 countless sword shadows appeared in the Daluo sword formation. They were densely packed together, erupting with arcs of lightning that blotted out the sun. Spatial ripples shattered one after another. At this moment, as the majestic aura spread out, the sword shadows cut through space. Pitch-black rays of light could be vaguely seen at the tips of the swords. The terrifying might of the swords caused one's soul to tremble and their hair to stand on end. There was also a profound mystery to it that caused one's soul to collapse. Qin Yanlong's expression changed. Such a treasure greatly affected his soul at this moment. Qin Yanlong's heart was filled with anger and gloominess. How could such a treasure not fall into his hands? As the Daluo sword formation swept out, it erupted with a heaven-shaking pressure. Du Xiaofu's mouth was mottled with blood, but his eyes were calm. This was a vicious battle. At this point, it was no longer a competition of pure battle prowess. It was a competition of who could suppress who. As his hand seals formed, light surged out from his body once more. With Du Xiaofu as the center, the 8 trigrams in the air expanded in a dazzling manner once more. The trigrams intersected with one another, and phenomena appeared. Mountains and lakes intersected, lightning and wind intersected, and water and fire did not mix. Du Xiaofu set foot in it, and the Daluo sword formation expanded in a profound manner before him. An extremely vast aura permeated the surroundings, making him seem like a god. Screech! As Du Xiaofu's hand seals continued to condense, A shrill sound came from the 8 trigrams void pattern that pierced through clouds and cracked stones. The golden talisman patterns condensed into a phantom of a golden-winged rock that exuded boundless golden light. Surging violet flames filled the air. A violet phoenix could vaguely be seen unfurling its wings, burning through space. Rumble, lightning also descended, and nether insight grass and undying grass appeared. They shone with dazzling light, and their auras were boundless. These phenomena revolved around Du Xiaofu, constantly changing and alternating. It was like night and day, and it was extremely profound. As these phenomena appeared around Du Xiaofu, his aura began to climb once more. It even seemed like he was approaching a vast realm of perfection. Boom! At that moment, the 8 trigrams in the air that had been suppressed earlier expanded once more, and a vast aura descended. At the same time, a resplendent green light appeared within Du Xiaofu's body, spreading from the inside out. This mystery came from Fang Jijia, and it allowed Du Xiaofu's shattered azure spirit armor to recover. It even allowed Du Xiaofu's exhausted profound qi to recover, allowing Du Xiaofu to feel much better. What's going on? Many of the experts present could clearly sense the change in Yi Futian's expression. Du Xiaofu's aura was actually growing stronger under the suppression, and it continued to grow stronger and stronger. Rock Emperor, hold on! The desolate country army clenched their fists and weapons tightly, and their expressions were extremely grave. Everyone could tell that Du Xiaofu had already been suppressed and injured, but now that he was growing stronger, everyone saw hope. Chapter 2192. It feels like he's about to break through. The old monster Green Fox raised his eyes. He was a saint, so he could clearly sense the aura. It felt like the Demon King was about to break through. Something's not right. Is this little bastard about to break through? Qin Yunlong also sensed it. He was in the Saint Martial realm, so he was familiar with the aura. That brat seemed to be about to break through in this battle. Rumble, the sky trembled as the 8 trigrams in the void spread out. Along with the Daluo sword formation, it began to fight against Qin Yunlong. He's getting stronger and stronger. How can this be? Can this little bastard really break through? Qin Yunlong's expression changed drastically. He could sense that Du Xiaofu's aura was getting stronger and stronger. His aura was surging, and the pressure was getting stronger. Although he could still suppress the former, if this continued, there was a high possibility that something unexpected would happen. Although the former had failed to break through to the Saint Martial realm, it was undoubtedly more difficult for him to continue to break through. However, Qin Yunlong did not want any accidents to happen. If this little bastard really broke through, then there would be endless trouble in the future. At this moment, Qin Yunlong's heart was also in turmoil. He had already done his best, even activating his pulse spirit and martial vein. In addition to his recent improvement, his cultivation was almost at the peak of the initial stage of the Saint Martial realm. At this moment, the brat was showing signs of recovery. If they were at the same level, he would not be a match for him. The difference between the Saint Martial realm and the Saint Martial realm was like heaven and earth. However, Qin Yunlong did not think so now. If this had happened a few months ago, he probably would not have known who would emerge victorious between him and this little bastard. This little bastard was too terrifying. Once he stepped into the Saint Martial realm, no one would be able to keep him in check. No, I can't let the same accident happen again. This little bastard must die. Killing intent surged in Qin Yunlong's eyes. He could not let another accident happen. The killing intent in his eyes was cold. Amidst the killing intent in his eyes, he formed a hand seal. Light shot out from his palm, and runes spread out, creating ripples of energy. Swish, swish, the others didn't feel anything from the energy ripples, but Master of Fire Thunder, Du Xiaoyao, Little Star, Du Tingxian, and the old monster of Green Fox felt their hearts skip a beat. They immediately fixed their eyes on the energy ripples. Walala, in an instant, a dazzling light spread out in front of Qin Yanlong. A banner, several feet in size, emitted a dazzling light. Then, as if it was facing the wind, it spread out in this vast space of spell potential. In an instant, rays of light blossomed. Images of the sun, moon, and stars rotated on the banner. Ferocious birds and strange beasts appeared, and mountains and rivers were revealed. Rumble, when this banner was unfurled, a torrential wave of heaven and earth energy surged. The formless, terrifying aura caused everyone's heart to palpitate. What kind of saint artifact is that? Its power is so terrifying. Buzz buzz, when the banner was revealed, there were people in the desolate country's army who were trembling. The Tao artifacts and dermic artifacts in their bodies also began to tremble for no reason, as if they were about to rush out and worship the banner. The power of that banner was too terrifying. It was as if it could suppress all weapons. When they saw that banner, Hualazi, Elder Lei, Du Tingxian, Zhen Qinchun, and the old monster Green Fox's expressions changed at the same time. That's the dermic saint flag. It's an important treasure of legalism. Qin Yanlong has already prepared it and brought it with him. In the desolate country's army, someone immediately recognized the origin of that banner. The last time the desolate country's army came, the patriarch of legalism, Li Chunfa, had activated the dermic saint flag in the end to stop Du Xiaofu. Therefore, many people in the desolate country's army knew the power of the dermic saint flag. That banner was too powerful. Old bastard, you're too shameless. How shameless can you be? Bullying the young as an old man, and he even brought an important treasure of legalism with him. That old bastard. Can legalism be any more despicable and shameless? Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger could not help but curse at this moment. In particular, Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao's eyes had already become a little solemn. From that battle, Du Xiaoyao and the others also knew very well that Qin Yanlong was much stronger than they had imagined. He was not someone the old monster Green Fox could compare to. At this moment, with the addition of the dermic saint flag, an important treasure of legalism, the consequences were worrying. Qin Yanlong, this old man, definitely had a plan with him since he brought the dermic saint flag with him. The dermic saint flag, the divine ancestor, even brought the dermic saint flag with him. That little bastard is definitely going to die. After seeing the banner, the people of legalism in the Sky City smiled even more brightly, as if they had been injected with a cardiac stimulant at this moment. Qin Yanlong sneered. In the beginning, he was not afraid of Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the old monster Green Fox because he had the dermic saint flag with him. However, Qin Yanlong did not expect that he would have to use the dermic saint flag in the end to really deal with this little bastard. Whoosh, the dermic saint flag unfurled, and the shadows of stars rotated and erupted with endless light, like clouds hanging from the sky. In the end, it seemed to have merged with Qin Yanlong's magic power. Boom! In an instant, heaven and earth rumbled. The Daluo sword formation was suppressed in the void, and Du Xiaofu's void 8 trigrams diagram was also trembling. Everything is over. Qin Yanlong snorted coldly. The resplendent banner was accompanied by the power. Light erupted, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying phenomenon that crushed everything. Bang, bang, bang! The void exploded, and in an instant, it was as if the Milky Way had descended from the 9 heavens. The dermic saint flag and the magic power complemented each other, suppressing the Daluo sword formation in a crushing manner, causing the void 8 trigrams diagram to crack. Du Xiaofu's scarlet horse monkey primordial spirit meridian spirit was also greatly affected. Pfft! Du Xiaofu spat out another mouthful of blood. The perfect aura that was gradually rising in his body was also greatly affected. The dermic saint flag. Du Xiaofu's gaze was grave. It was the dermic saint flag again. He was no stranger to it. The dermic saint flag was strange. It carried the traces of a formation and also a terrifying ancient aura, as if it was dyed with the aura of ancient gods and demons. It was vast and unparalleled, and it was impossible to resist. Crack, crack. Under this kind of suppression, the void continuously exploded and sank. Runes shattered, and Du Xiaofu's void 8 trigrams diagram also cracked. Pfft! Du Xiaofu spat out another mouthful of blood. The azure spirit armor on his body cracked, and the golden wings on his back dimmed. The 36 true Pung feathers were also crushed. Bang, bang, bang. The void 8 trigrams diagram cracked, and all kinds of phenomena continued to explode. Spatial waves rose, runes collapsed, and lightning flashed. The scarlet horse monkey meridian spirit was also greatly affected. Even the spiritual lightning and lightning runes were suppressed. He's dead for sure. Little bastard is dead for sure. The legalism people began to become agitated again. Du Xiaofu was definitely not the sacred ancestor's mat. He could not hold on any longer. Chapter 2193. Boom! Qin Yanlong's eyes were filled with killing intent. The warlock saint flag and the spell aura merged into one, producing a heavenly sound that sounded like countless heavenly drums being hammered. This sound was also filled with killing intent, causing all living beings in the world to tremble in fear. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a world of its own. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, and the light was resplendent, shocking everyone. Under such pressure, Du Xiaofu spat out blood again, and the 8 trigrams diagram around him faded. The sword aura on the Daluo sword formation dissipated, leaving behind only a treasure sword that rippled with electric arcs. Buzz. The redbone horse monkey's primordial spirit was now covered by golden runes and turned into a 5-fingered mountain peak. Oh no, the Rock Emperor can't hold on anymore. Someone in the desolate country exclaimed. The Rock Emperor seemed to be unable to hold on. If this continued, he would be in danger. Legalism's warlock saint flag has been activated by Qin Yanlong. Coupled with Qin Yanlong's cultivation and legalism's spell aura, even a mid-stage holy martial realm cultivator would find it difficult to resist. The green fox old monster frowned. He felt that he was no match for Qin Yanlong's warlock saint flag and the spell aura. The space within the spell aura was like a world of its own. Coupled with the warlock saint flag spreading out, it had already enveloped Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was under immense pressure. It was as if a divine mountain was pressing down on him from all directions, making it difficult for him to breathe. The boundless aura suppressed everything in his body, making Du Xiaofu deeply experience its boundless majesty. Boom! This world was rumbling, and the aura was monstrous. It was as if the universe had been turned upside down, and heaven and earth were shaking, about to destroy everything in this world. All kinds of ferocious beasts galloped, the sun, moon, and stars rotated, and the mountains and rivers trembled. There was an unfathomable aura that wanted to destroy and suppress everything. The golden wings on Du Xiaofu's back were falling off, their light dimming. Du Xiaofu's azure spirit armor crumbled inch by inch, revealing his body covered by the thunder martial vein. However, the thunder talisman was also dimming and his body was cracking. Du Xiaofu's face was as pale as ash. He was crushed by a great force, and blood began to spurt out from the corner of his mouth. That old thing is too strong. Dongfang Qingmu, Mo Tianxiao, Elder Lei, and the others all looked extremely serious. They were well aware of how powerful Du Xiaofu was and how freakish his physical body was. However, even Du Xiaofu had been crushed to such an extent. It was enough to show how terrifying Qin Yunlong was. That old bastard is actually using legalism's clan treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao cursed. They knew very well that if not for the magical sacred flag, Qin Yanlong might not have been able to do anything to Du Xiaofu. Rock Emperor, hang in there. You can't lose. Someone muttered to himself. He clenched his fists and weapons tightly and stared intently. However, the stronger one was, the more they knew that the Saint Realm was indeed a natural moat. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had not stepped into it in the end. Moreover, Qin Yanlong was not an ordinary saint martial artist. The power displayed by the fusion of the magical sacred flag and the magical sacred flag was already so terrifying that it shook the heavens and the earth, causing the surroundings to tremble. Du Tingxian looked at the sky. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and the divine thunder spear in his hand rippled with electric arcs. His expression was solemn. Legalism. A graceful figure swept across the sky. Her hair flowed freely. Like a fairy, she landed lightly in front of the courtyard. Xiaojing, are you here to see your mother? An old man appeared in front of the courtyard. When Du Xiaofu entered legalism for the second time, it was this old man who brought Du Xiaofu to the main hall. In the end, Du Xiaofu was suppressed by Han Ju. This old man's surname was Han. He was Han Aotong's senior. I'm here to take my mother out, Du Xiaojing said. He did not hide anything. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed slightly. He said, Your mother is cultivating. The divine ancestor intends to nurture your mother. It's not appropriate for her to go out now. Are you going to stop me? Du Xiaojing looked at the old man and said calmly. Xiaojing, you know what the consequences are. Why do you have to do this? This is already the best outcome. With the calamity before us, the school of legalism will be able to stay safe. You will also have a bright future ahead of you, the old man said sincerely. You can't stop me, Du Xiaojing said and walked toward the courtyard. Whoosh! The old man appeared in front of Du Xiaojing. His old face was calm. He looked at Du Xiaojing and said, Child, I've been cultivating for a long time, but I'm no longer your opponent. I'm ashamed to say this, but I'm also happy that you're a descendant of legalism. However, if you want to take your mother away today, you'll have to walk over my dead body. You're my senior. You've also guided me in my cultivation. You know that I won't kill you. Du Xiaojing frowned. Creak. The wooden door of the courtyard was pushed open. A beautiful woman walked out. She was otherworldly. She walked over proudly for no reason. Mother. Du Xiaojing's red lips parted slightly. Her eyes were clear and there was a smile on her face. Aotong. The old man turned around and looked at Han Aotong. It's been so many years. It's enough. Legalism still wants to bully us today? Han Aotong looked at the old man with the surname Han. There was a sense of majesty on her breathtaking face. Legalism is for the good of you and your mother. If you want to leave, you know the consequences. The desolate country and the Du family will not be at peace. The old man with the surname Han said. His words were sincere and there was a hidden meaning behind them. Bang! A muffled sound was suddenly emitted when the old man with the surname Han's voice sounded. His body flew out like a stone being thrown. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and landed 1,000 feet away. It's enough for you to bully our family of 4. Next time I won't hold back. Take care, Han Aotong said. Her eyes shone brightly as she opened them. Mother, brother is not dead. He's here. Father is here too, Du Xiaojing said to Han Aotong. She did not look at the old man with the surname Han. Your father and brother are here to pick us up. Han Aotong ran her fingers through her hair to hide the excitement in her heart. She also could not hide the nervousness in her heart. She looked at her daughter and said, Accompany mother back to the room. Mother wants to change her clothes to meet your father and brother. Okay. Du Xiaojing nodded and smiled. It was extremely moving. Is your father old now? No, he's still as valiant and elegant as ever, with a unique charm. 2 beautiful figures flew into the sky. The old man with the surname Han struggled to get up from the ground. His old face was mottled with blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the 2 beautiful figures leaving with a complicated look in his eyes. In the sky, Du Xiaofu kept spitting out blood. However, he was not dispirited. He was still doing his best. Du Xiaofu wanted to break free from the suppression. The 36 feathers of the roc and the will of the golden-winged roc in his body were exploding. It was as if a humanoid roc was exerting its final power.